Morning, Natalie or Tanya. Can you hear me, Natalie?
Hi, Steve, we're live. Okay, good morning, everyone. We've just got a couple more. We're waiting to turn on the videos and we'll get started. Councillor Withey, Councillor Fitzgerald, are you both here? There's Councillor Fitzgerald.
Good morning.
Good morning. Just waiting for Councillor Withey. Okay, we're going to start. Councillor Withy is present. He's just not at his camera yet. So I am going to call the meeting to order and confirm that we have quorum. Councillor Stone, can I ask you to read the land acknowledgement statement this morning?
Absolutely. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robertson-Huron Treaty number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred spaces, and take actions towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations.
Thanks for that. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Fitzgerald and seconded by Councillor Armour. It is recommended that the General Committee meeting agenda dated Wednesday, November 24th, 2021 be adopted as printed and circulated. All in favor? That carries. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we will move on into long service awards. And I'm not sure who's here for that, or whether the CAO is doing that or I'm doing that. I'll wait for some advice.
Thank you, Worship. I do believe that the Clerk's Department has provided a list, and I would suggest perhaps that you call on each person individually, and if they are with us today, they can turn their camera on and council, our committee can recognize them for their long service. Great.
So up first, at 10 years, is our Deputy Chief Building Official, Amanda Ferrante. Is Amanda with us today? Probably out doing inspections. Anyways, Amanda has 10 years of service to the building department. At 15 years, we have two, Chris Boone, the technical director at the Algonquin Theatre, and Margaret Stead, the manager of corporate and information. Are either Chris or Margaret with us? I've not seen anybody, although for the first time in a while, I have two screens. So anyways, congratulations to both of them for 15 years of service. At 20 years, our Director of Legislative Services, Tanya Kalea, and our Manager of Muskoka Heritage Place, Ron Gosselin. I know you're both there. Congratulations, Tanya. You have heard that Ron's retiring, but you guys both have 20 years, so. Congratulations, Ron, both on your 20 years and your retirement.
Thanks.
And finally, at 25 years, we have Manager of Human Resources, Lisa Smith, and I know Lisa's with us, as she is at every meeting. Congratulations on 25 years, Lisa. So that is it for our long service awards. And now we have the much awaited waterfront design brief presentation. And I think Donna Hines with us from the Planning Partnership to do that.
Yes, I am. And thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm going to share my screen. Is everyone seeing my screen?
We can see that. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. And I believe my business partner might be in the waiting room, Wai Ying, if someone could let her in just in case I need her help on this. So I'm happy to report out on our draft recommendations for the waterfront design strategy. I'm sure everybody on the call is well aware of the territory that we were asked to look at. It's on this screen. So we divided it up into three segments. We looked at the west area, which took us up just to the edge of the infra pipe area. Then we looked at a central area. River Mill Park is just here where my cursor is. And then the eastern segment that took us out to Muskoka Heritage Place and Town Line Road. We have had a fantastic couple of months just speaking to everybody and anyone who wanted to talk to us. So we began, as many of you know, with one-on-one conversations with counselors. Then we had conversations with key community groups, the BIA, a Heritage Place, the Conservancy, the Rotary Club. We put out a call to anybody in the community to register for a 20-minute one-on-one conversation with us. And we had about 15 people that took us up on that offer, a very long day and evening. The town has done a terrific job keeping information posted on the project specific webpage, and we've had lots of visits to that webpage, about 120 people in total. We had a workshop back in September, about 60 people joined. We had an afternoon and an evening session. We did an online survey, had over 350 people respond. And we've set up a dedicated email address at our office so we can get comments directly to a dedicated huntsville@planpart.ca. When I kind of went through all my notes, pages and pages of notes of who talked to me and what they said, really did cover the full extent of the waterfront as indicated by the red circles and the numbers. So people had lots of ideas of every corner, nook and cranny of the waterfront. The town owns about 31 hectares of water's edge land, which is phenomenal. I do work all over the province, and this took my breath away when we tallied it up and saw the resource that the town has as the context for this strategy. And it measures about 5.3 kilometers from end to end. When I looked at my pages and pages of notes and I squinted my eyes and tried to determine what the common themes are of what I was hearing, people said to me regularly that the route to and along the water's edge could be more clearly signed, that people said we need to find the right balance between what we're offering for visitors and what we're offering for residents. We need to find the right balance of water access and land access, commercial uses, no commercial uses, increasing demand for public space and access to the water's edge, which came out loud and clear in the recreation master plan that's underway, that public and private lands along the shoreline should be naturalized to restore the environment and habitats, that the town has a great opportunity to demonstrate best practices, provide diverse amenities, and provide use in all seasons. We presented these foundational principles at the September workshop, and we said fundamentally we want to connect from Hunter's Bay to Lions Lookout in Muskoka Heritage Place. We want to offer a series of destinations along the way. We want to link the parks that exist along the water's edge. We want to focus on 3 primary nodes: Hunter's Bay, downtown, and the Lookout, Muskoka Heritage Place. And we want to naturalize the edge and have clear and obvious and beautiful wayfinding along the way. We, at the workshop in September, we had done a kind of our first version of a scribble and scratch of everything that we had been hearing. And we used that as the content for the workshop and for the follow-up online survey. And so at the September workshop, one of our guys was writing right on these drawings the comments that we heard when we presented them. So I'm going to share with you as I go along what we heard on each segment of the waterfront. I know the survey was really important to many of the councillors. A little bit of stats on who we heard from. So we had 351 respondents. I was really happy to see that we had a really good cross-section of younger people to older people. As always, we always have an issue of trying to reach those under 18-year-olds, despite our best efforts of pushing it out on social media and asking people to share with their friends and family. The household structure, a lot were families with young children or couples. Most were females. Most of the respondents live in Huntsville for more than 11 years, and most were permanent residents. So right off the bat, we said, what is most important to you? And of the items that we put on the table for response to, the top 3 were protecting natural features, having clearly defined pedestrian trails, and offering year-round use. So I'm going to walk through the strategy according to this diagram And I'm going to take this diagram apart in all of its layers. There's 10 strategies that, when cobbled together, create this diagram. And we're going to start with the first strategy of what some recommendations for each of the, I think we're up to 7 parks along the water's edge. And those 7 parks include the long-term possibility of a future park on Infra Pike and at the pumping station. So some of what we heard at that September workshop, when we put up our initial scribbles and scratches, people talked about having buoys to define swimming at some of the parks, talked about volleyball at Avery Beach. Some said it's well used, others said, wouldn't it be an idea to think about it as a more flexible space for everyone to use? People were glad to see public washrooms. They were interested in the idea of a new pavilion at Lions Lookout that was more accessible. So I'm going to walk through some of the suggestions for each of the parks that are on the screen. And I'm going to start by sharing the results of the online survey with respect to each park. So I'm going to, this screen has Hunters Bay and Avery Beach. So following from the workshop, we wanted to know, it was a simple survey, thumbs up, we agree with the direction, thumbs down, we don't agree with the direction. The notion of selectively clearing the vegetation at the waterfront to have more access to the water's edge, because as many of you told me that there are many locations along the water's edge where the shoreline is sandy. 61%. The idea of adding more seating, 77%. The idea of enhancing wayfinding, 77%. About having a trailhead, and we know that there's already a sign, but expanding on that trailhead just east of Highway 11. When we looked at Avery Beach, strong support for having removing the existing volleyball and maybe replacing it with a playground. And we're thinking of it of an adventure themed environmental playground. The idea of adding water play facilities at in Hunters Bay, at Avery Beach. You know, some people talked about a splash pad, a spray pool, but we thought through the process, and many people talked to us about this, wait a minute, we're right at the water's edge, maybe why not think about putting something in the water as the focus of water play facilities? Adding washrooms in Avery Beach, strong support, one of the highest ranked items in the survey. And then expanding parking at Avery Beach, again, really strong support. We look at Rivermill Park, we asked about relocating the community gardens. And I often do surveys where it's absolutely split down the middle. So 50% strongly support, and you could imagine the other half don't support that direction. We asked about relocating the amphitheater because that came up in our conversations, not strong support for that. We asked about eliminating swimming from the area closest to the town dock, not strong support for eliminating swimming, and then continuing to provide some pop-up retail in Rivermill Park. And we understand and we saw that the BIA led the charge on having some pop-up retail in Rivermill Park this past summer. And then at Mount View, passive public use, 83%, adding a dock to enable tie-up, 60%, considering using the space for recreation like pickleball or volleyball, 67%, and then selectively clearing that shoreline to maybe enable easier access to the water's edge in some locations. At Lions Lookout, relatively strong support for the idea of a new open air pavilion, providing viewing platforms to get you out and over the edge, and then considering the idea of consideration of limiting access, vehicle access to the lookout, 54%. Winter use at the track area, strong support, and we're happy to hear the city is going to be, or the town is going to be implementing a pilot project. Adding other sports fields to that area, and then adding year-round washrooms and warming stations to the lookout area. I'm not going to read all of the suggestions for each of the parks as we go through, because I know council has a copy of the presentation. I'm going to just highlight a few things. So using Orchard Park as helping with that trailhead at the one end and enhancing signage and wayfinding. And I know that some of you may have seen this sign that residents have put up to do their own signage and wayfinding to say, parking is here. This is a dead end street. Please don't come down this dead end street. In terms of Avery Beach, we are suggesting to remove the volleyball and replacing it with a children's adventure playground to add that water feature, to expand parking, to provide seasonally permanent, seasonally operated washrooms. By that, I mean that there's some structure within which the washrooms exist, so they go beyond the porta potties. Clearly defined a walkway on Yonge Street using the old hangar for canoe kayak. River Mill Park, we are putting out there as a suggestion to redesign Darrell Howell as a shared street for cars and pedestrians. So similar to what the town has done with King Street, but in this situation, we'd still allow cars to come through. Although some suggested to relocate the amphitheater, we're not suggesting relocating the amphitheater. We are putting out there a suggestion to relocate the community garden, similar to what was suggested in the town strategic plan, to another accessible location in town in favor of redesigning that green space as picnic green space and shifting swimming away from the docks into that area. Redesigning the area at the back of Main Street. I'm going to show you another diagram of this in a minute, and accommodating additional parking through the redesign of the rear area. Camp Kitchen to redesign the Camp Kitchen Road as a shared space for cars and pedestrians, providing adventure play. The Lions Lookout, considering the construction of a new pavilion that's accessible, permanent year-round washrooms, selectively clearing to maintain the view from the lookout. At Mount View, to provide access to this site through the Fairburn site, not Mount View. So we think with now Fairburn being relocated and possibly redevelopment of that Fairburn site, there is an opportunity to look at that whole area more comprehensively. Some parking for the park at that location, largely passive uses, maybe a location for the community garden, and we're not suggesting boat docking at Mount View. And the infra pipe, we know we want to make it very clear we're not suggesting anything that would inhibit the continued employment use of that site, and obviously all the jobs that are operated there are provided for there. But over time, if there's an opportunity to consolidate operations, we may be able to incrementally use some of that site. But for sure, a detailed park design should be undertaken for that site to think about in the very long term how it could accommodate a full range of recreation uses. So now I want to just look at a couple of sites just in more detail. And what I want to do is get a sense of support before we embark on a more detailed kind of diagram of the opportunities of River Mill Park. So on this, I'm saying that we're redesigning Darrell Howell as a shared street to complement the work that's been done on King Street. Thinking about redesigning, and this is an idea, I think every time I do a study in Huntsville, I suggest this, looking at this entire area as a space, shared space that would accommodate parking, service vehicle access, and pedestrian activity. Thinking about incorporating year-round washrooms, this location. Suggesting that we relocate the community garden in favor of expanding the green space and shifting swimming from this location up away from the town docks. And I want to look in a little bit more detail at Avery Beach. So can clear and defined sidewalk on Yonge Street, expanding parking into this area, maybe relocating the volleyball in favor of children's adventure playground, water play, selectively clearing the shoreline to expand the beach, using this area as a location for canoe kayak launch to try and consolidate boating in this portion of Avery Beach. I'm going to shift now to the second strategy, wayfinding and connected waterfront walk. So on this diagram, we're picking up on the existing walkway, making suggestions for new trail connections, and this one coming up along the railway from the existing walkway up through infra pipe and connecting to Center Street. I continue to support the idea of a defined walkway along the west side of Center Street to replace the beaten path that people clearly use up along Center Street. Connecting along Darrell Howell into River Mill Park, King Street, using the obviously sidewalks on Main Street, the newly improved sidewalks on Main Street, coming along River Street as a shared street, up to Brunel, and then back up on Camp Kitchen, around up to the Lookout, and connecting with the system. I mean, the town already has all the parts of a clearly defined and continuous route from end to end. And I've walked it many times. So when we were at the workshop, we heard people say we need better signage. Great idea of the notion of a shared street. I'm going to show you what that means in a minute. Great idea for the pedestrian bridge. I'm going to show you the survey results for that. People talked about a fitness circuit on the trail, art installations on the trail, making sure it's accessible. They talked about crosswalks and needing to expand parking at Avery Beach again. So when we asked people about wayfinding and signage in particular, notion of strong support about the notion of information kiosks, about branding, and about clearly defined directional signs, and we know there's already some. We've been following the town's wayfinding strategy, and I believe this is the preferred signage and branding that came out of that exercise. And we have reviewed the strategy and understand that there's various types of signage that is being proposed. So these are terrific, and just want council to know that we are trying to connect all the dots, and our surveys absolutely revealed strong support for enhanced signage. We asked people in the survey about one bridge or two bridges, and this kind of surprised me on the results, that 76% support the idea of one bridge and 78% support the idea of two bridges. And we asked specifically, we wanted to get a sense of the notion of a shared street, which means you design the street with beautiful paving and take away curbs and slow down traffic and make the signage clear that this is a space that's shared by both vehicles and pedestrians, and strong support for that on River Street and on Camp Kitchen. So we went along the way and made our suggestions of where we thought for the whole segment where there should be trail markers, information kiosks, and directional signs. And for me, coming into Huntsville, every time I go by Yonge Street or I go by the route to Hunters Bay Trail, I think, wouldn't it be great if visitors could see more clearly that this is the way to the waterfront? Then naturalization and stewardship, and we're making a call out on this strategy to all owners of water's edge land have a particular responsibility to help the town have a naturalized shoreline. And so that means that there's a stewardship guide that gives homeowners some information on appropriate planting, the importance of a vegetative buffer, grading, etc. Windows to the waterfront. And I use this slide to just call attention to the importance of this strategy. And that is to give owner, so I am at the lookout a couple of weeks ago, and I look across, and I am looking across to the window to the waterfront at Church Street, and this is what I'm seeing. And so I think owners need to have really easy access to all the information about how important it is to maintain a naturalized edge to the waterfront. So there are a couple of road ends that, like in every waterfront study I do, these are really important windows to the waterfront where people that don't have the luxury of having water's edge land can come down to those locations and put their toe in the water, maybe have a spot to store their canoe or kayak and have access to the water's edge, just like the very precious few that have direct access to the waterfront. So there was strong support for that notion. So 77% agree with the idea of signing those spaces as public, maybe having a bench, which I think there is one at the foot of Church Street. A system of recreational facilities for year-round use. That's where we're locating or making suggestions for adventure-themed children's playground. Obviously, we know there's existing playground in River Mill Park, so that there's a sequence of those destinations along the water's edge. Swimming. So we heard lots of ideas about swimming, mostly with respect to, can we have buoys that define the swimming platforms? And so in Hunters Bay, we see that that's a really popular activity off the trail. We know that that happens in Avery Beach. We do suggest shifting it away from the town docks in Avery Beach and in Camp Kitchen. Opportunities for business. We had some terrific conversations with people that told me that Huntsville has a whole collection of very creative entrepreneurs that would love the opportunity to think of ideas of appropriate business opportunities on the water's edge and share those with the town. And so we know that River Mill Park obviously has the full complement of shops and services on Main Street, and there's some opportunity for pop-up retail. But others told us that there could be opportunities in Hunters Bay, at Camp Kitchen, or the Lions Lookout. And so maybe the town over time could entertain submissions from the community on those business activities that could support year-round use. And obviously there would need to be a framework, a really clear framework to evaluate those ideas. Boating. So we know that there is boating well distributed across the waterfront. That we know that there's already approval to expand the marina in Hunters Bay, although there doesn't appear to be any immediate plans to do so. We found in the survey that there was, and I think I have this on the next slide, I'm just going to flip to this and then come back to the previous slide, that there was some support for providing additional boat launches between Hunters Bay and Lions Lookout. There was not support for expanding the boat slips in the river near the Summit Center or expanding the boat docks in the town dock area. So we are suggesting that I think what needs to happen is a broader assessment across the whole municipality of boat launches and slips to put the need for additional boating facilities in this area into a wider context. Fishing. A few people during the course of my conversations talked about opportunities for fishing. And so there is a tremendous opportunity to provide those in pockets along this portion of the trail, where maybe there's a platform where you can get right out to the water's edge, or in Hunters Bay. This is not the right location. I'm just noticing this now because we don't want this to be occurring along the trail. Heritage and arts, my final strategy, and you guys, this you couldn't, if I was designing a waterfront from scratch, I couldn't have a more wonderful terminus to work with than Muskoka Heritage Place, and the train stop. And so we are obviously recognizing the tremendous opportunity Muskoka Heritage Place presents for the opportunity to expand use on the grounds for broad community events or programming or rentals or recreation, both indoors and outdoors. There's also an opportunity to think about providing some public art along the waterfront trail, wherever that seems appropriate. And there are wonderful examples of this in communities around the world about beautifully placed environmental art. So I wanted to just locate those on the trail as a notion. So the overall framework, you have 31 hectares of waterfront land. You've got almost 5.5 kilometers of water's edge. We've had one-on-ones, we've had workshops, we've had the survey, we've had input shared through the web. We have 6 fundamental principles, 10 strategies, and about 75 ideas that are shared in this framework. So what we do next is we are, following this meeting, we'll prepare some illustrations of Avery Beach and Rivermill Park in particular, just a freehand sketch to show how those numbers can be reverted to ideas from on a plan. And then we prepare the waterfront design brief that's used as a reference guide for more detailed planning and design. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen.
Thanks, Donna. I'm going to open it up to council. It's a lot of information, but I'm sure there's questions, and I can see we'll start with Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Donna. I first have to comment, and that is I love this draft plan. There's so much in it that I truly love. I think maybe part of it is that there was such an amazing response to your point, unbelievable input. And I think that's kind of unusual for a town our size. I think that's really great. And consequently, I think the results and what you're sharing with us are quite meaningful. And so I don't have a lot. I don't have anything to criticize, and I'm not sure that's our role to criticize. But it is. I guess my question would be: there's so many parts that I agree with, I love, and so I won't go into all of that. But on the community garden, to your point, 50-50.
Yeah.
And up until now, I've been one of the advocates to say, no, it's got to stay there, listening to the people who say it's centrally located. And having said that, when I look at your plan and say, but I see why you'd shift it in lieu of what you're proposing, which is a better swimming spot at that location. And certainly I think there's a lot of opportunity for a good swimming spot there. So that makes so much sense. And then having an expanded green space where people can picnic and do that sort of thing. I agree completely with that suggestion. So your comments about where to relocate it, and I'm wondering, of the 2 suggested areas, if you have a preference, because I know, again, one of the comments from the community garden activists are it needs to be central. Mm-hmm. And I don't see either of the other possibilities being as central, but to me, the heritage place option makes more sense, especially in light of the fact that we might have a greenhouse at Heritage Place. Yeah. And so to me, I think, there's a bit of a symmetry there. Yeah. And I wonder if you have thoughts on that, if that, might be more suitable or that might work.
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I think your point about the synergy with the greenhouse makes perfect sense. And you could see how that then just takes the community greenhouse up to another level. I think that's a perfect opportunity. So I would agree with that.
Councillor Weed?
Thank you, Your Worship. I can't say enough about what I've seen with this process and this project. I think it's just my hat's off to it. Fantastic ideas. There's a couple things I want to agree also with Deputy Mayor Alcock's comments about the green space, the community garden. I too was in that similar camp of perhaps it should stay because it provides more texture to the downtown, but I couldn't think, never has an idea come that would give us a strong enough reason to move it. But I think this actually is it's a pretty good solution, perhaps. Anyway, my other comments were quick. One is, I don't know if I don't know what to call them, the boat launch community, the boater community. I don't know if they're the same community that comes out in droves to participate in public surveys and engagement events. But as a counselor, I would say that in behind the scenes, there is a lot of support to enhance boat launch opportunities. That's my perspective from it, even though the numbers don't quite bear out in the surveys, et cetera. So it's something I think to consider. And then my final comment is, I don't know if this made it to your desk or not, because I missed one of my sessions, but, and this may actually be more of a question to Steve and our Public Works department. And that is, we've always struggled with parking and like levels of congestion downtown in the summer, especially. And I'm wondering if there would be an opportunity down the road to create some sort of a July, August shuttle service via water in order to create parking away from the downtown, but opportunities to get downtown that would be not just fun, but effective for visitors, shoppers, et cetera. So I'm wondering if any consideration would be given to that kind of a shuttle on-off taxi, something like that, in this plan, or if down the road our staff envision the opportunity for something like this, given that our waterfront is always evolving and always going to sort of take new shape as changes come. Anyway, thanks for that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stone.
Thank you. Yes, I'm loving everything that I'm hearing in this plan. Rarely have we hired a consultant where it has been comprehensive, well-informed by the public, and truly lovely in every aspect. The one disconnected that I see is down for the trail system, you come to Jarrahowell Way,
Yeah.
forcing people up on a main street in order to get to the River Street walkway. Is it possible to have a floating walkway from the end of our town dock under the swing bridge?
Through you, Mary. Yeah, and that's an idea that has been tabled before, but I chuckle when you say forcing people up to the main street, because that's what we want. We want people to come up and support the Main Street shops and enjoy the lovely wide sidewalks that are tree lined and we'll have seating. And so that's exactly the kind of synergy that we want. And again, this is, if I was designing it from scratch, I couldn't do it better, that the Main Street is right there and you bring them up and along and then continue along the way. You're buying an ice cream and bags of candy for your kids or whatever you're doing. But you know, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's a choice of one or the other. Do both, sure. I mean, continue to have both on the table.
Thanks.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Donna. Like what you've already heard, this is really exciting and some incredibly interesting ideas here. When Director Hernan and Manager McDonald and I first looked at Mount View, one of the things we did look at was increased access, or maybe more of a boat launch there, as well as enhancing things at Avery Beach type of thing. But I see you've discounted or taken that thought right out of the equation, having any kind of boat launch or anything like that at Mount View, Donna. It is a huge area. I don't think people appreciate how large that area is until they actually get down there and walk. And it'll even be further once the wastewater treatment plant is decommissioned and taken down. There'll even be more space there. So I'm just wondering, and I like the idea, by the way, of accessing that area through Fairburn for sure. Just wondering about that. Further to Deputy Mayor Alcock's thoughts about moving the community garden. Initially, I was thinking of maybe there's a great spot there at Mount View as well, but I really like the idea now of relocating that at Muskoka Heritage Place. I think that makes eminent sense, and I would definitely appreciate that. But I'm just wondering what your thoughts are with regards to an enhanced boat access or boating access at Mount View.
Yeah, I'm happy to weigh on that in on that through you, Mayor. So for me, when I look at those precious waterfront parks, potential waterfront parks, when with a boat launch comes parking for cars and trailers and maneuvering space for the boat. So it's not just the pier that comes out in the water, but it's all the stuff on land that has to be accommodated for. And that space, while it seems big, I've walked around it too many times, I feel like it would take up a lot of that space. And I also heard from people talking about how congested parts of the river are getting with the slips and boat activity, and that it has to be balanced. That was the word I kept hearing over and over and over again. And so, and again, this is something that we confront in every single waterfront study. Where do you put that kind of use? And so for me, it really did warrant a bigger look at the municipality before we make a decision on where they're best located. Because they become, I don't want to use the word industrial, but it because of the parking and turnaround movement and everything else that's required on land for a boat launch, it requires really special, careful attention and consideration of the trade-offs too that you're making when you put that in.
Could I have a follow-up to that? Just further comment. Okay, I thank you for that, and I appreciate the visuals that you've that you put forward with regards to that, Donna. That makes good sense. And I know we did look at Director Herman and Manager McDonald and I. We did look at increasing the parking down at Avery Beach. There is space there, but if you've been down there on a weekend, Donna, and watched the lineup of boat people waiting to launch their boats, we really need to do something. So anyway, I appreciate your comments on that. Thank you.
And just to that point, that's an indication of what would happen at Mount View, because it is all the jockeying for positions and space. But yeah, I completely agree about the need for parking at Avery.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, your worship. I think it's been a great presentation, Donna. You and I have chatted a few times, and I think you got a good representation with the survey, because I know I encouraged a lot of people when they heard waterfront development, everybody was like, oh, they're going to put condos downtown, that kind of thing. So it was educating the public on what actual waterfront development is. And I think you did an amazing job when you did those public presentations and you talked to people on what we were looking for, which is good. I like, again, having the accessibility hat on that I tend to wear a lot, is, the wide range of users. It's sort of, the family encompassing, but as you said, a lot of couples, and we have a huge senior population. So I know when I participated in some of the public consultation ones, that was what came up, is like most people are like, oh, accessibility, I think wheelchairs, but then they're realizing they have aging parents in the area, and to be able to have more opportunity for benches and for seniors to be able to access it, but at their level, I think is what's going to be great about this opportunity and about how we connect the trail and have that connectability. And then lastly, I guess, is the boat launch piece. I would agree with Councillor Wiebe that there is, that contingent of people who really would like to see boat launches, but I do agree with you. I think it's a bigger look at the municipality and where are those areas. I know for my areas, there's a lot of complaints because people are using those areas for swimming and boating, launching, and there's a lot of activity, right? So again, where can we find the balance of opportunities for all the users throughout our community on a permanent basis? Those are my comments.
Deputy Mayor Alcock, you're up again.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think Councillor Withey had his hand up before. I have a very quick question if Councillor Withey is okay. Sorry, he's hitting his head. It's very quick. Thank you. And Donna, one last question, and that is one of the things obviously the public wanted more than anything and was public washrooms.
Yes.
And you identified that need throughout.
Yeah.
So my question is, and I noticed you had a picture somewhere in the study of a lovely public washroom. My feeling is, you know, if hopefully we decide to put in facilities along the way, we do it right, it's expensive. So given the priority and what you know along the waterfront, what would be your number 1 and 2 priority areas for public washrooms?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know. Just because I can imagine that would be a bit of a debate. I in my mind, priorities might be the Avery Beach area, maybe Lions Lookout.
Yeah.
But those are your thoughts on that would be appreciated.
Let me think. So through your worship, I think absolutely Avery Beach. We heard that time and time again. And I agree, Lions Lookout. I'm just pausing because I also think River Mill Park, and I know that the town has an arrangement to lease the washrooms at the corner. But I want to put River Mill Park out there only because we deal with this in the design of public parks, where the best location is for washrooms. And for me, for our team, when you have to take kids from a playground across the street to a public washroom, or take them from swimming on the shoreline all through the parked cars along the road to the washroom, it's not as ideal as having the washroom more centrally located in the public space. So I think I'd want to put River Mill Park in there as well.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess, first of all, I'd like to say this is an excellent report. I really appreciate all the work that went into this. And I think it's great that there was so much participation in it. One thing about Mount View to keep in consideration is that there will in fact be a need for a building there for a pumping station. So
yes,
some of the property there, as sort of your map, may not be all there because of that. Hopefully we can acquire the Fairburn property in the future when that project gets up and the residents get moved. I do agree that there is a lot of people interested in another boat launch. I don't know where that's going to go. I know years ago we looked down at Camp Kitchen, which again, you have the issues with parking and turning around and all that stuff. So that's always been a challenge. Maybe once we get to Mount View, maybe that might be a place for washrooms, as there'll be a pumping station right there, you know. pretty simple connection. But in any case, thanks so much for this. This is really good.
Thank you.
A lot of stuff to go through. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. I agree with all my fellow councillors. Great report, lots of information, lots of useful information. I'm very pleased about the uptake for input from our community. I was surprised, Deputy Mayor Alcock, that you would limit it to 2 washrooms. Why not have 3 or 4? I look forward to the next step in the process in hopefully we can address some of the areas where we're a little bit apart from things, be it boat launches and bathrooms and what we do. But I'm pleased the direction this is taking us in. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Armour.
Well, I think that's everybody now but yourself, Your Worship. But anyhow, for myself, I guess going forward, I guess are we going to establish a plan for implementation on this? And do we want to prioritize the components of the plan? Like what's first? Or is it just going to be a reference document that we're going to use going forward? I'm not sure if anybody can answer those questions, but the great presentation and it looks great. I'd just like to know what the plan is going forward.
Okay.
Dawn?
Yep, through you, Your Worship. It is intended to be a reference document for the town to guide more detailed planning and design, but I'm happy to take this back to our staff team committee, and maybe we can make some suggestions from our perspective about the most important components.
Okay, I guess I get the last say, and I'll just echo what everybody else has said. Thank you for doing the strategy. It is great. It was a great public consultation process. It dovetails so nicely with our wayfinding strategy, and it's such a big piece of our trail. So I'm happy to say we know we're going to get that piece accomplished.
Yeah.
As far as the boat launches go, and I think when we met, for me, I don't think we should expand boat launching in the urban core. You need a car to take a boat somewhere. So I'm not, and it's not so much the launch itself, it is the parking and the land you need around it. So I'll be really happy to see a further study go on as to where the best place is. I do realize that we need additional boat launching, but I'm not sure we need it in the urban core and along 5 kilometers of waterfront trail. And the other piece that I think is a really big piece is the washrooms on the waterfront. And we've got it coming up further in our agenda for Rivermill Park. So I think this also will factor into maybe some of the decisions we make on that even as early as today. So I think you made some great points, and I think we do have further work to do to prioritize things. So
Okay.
thank you very much for being here for the presentation. And I think
Thanks
that's it
so much.
now.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thanks very much. Bye.
Okay, we have a deputation as well today, and that's Tim Green from North Wasiosa Lake Road, looking at a lane restriction exemption request. Tim, are you still with us? No, it's been a while.
Yes, I am.
Good. The floor is yours to make your presentation.
Okay. Good morning, councillors and Your Honor. Thank you for allowing me to make my presentation. Briefly, Greens Haulage would like to request an exemption from the spring load restrictions on Jessup Lane and part of North Wasiosa Lake Road. The town administration has suggested we enter into an agreement whereby load restrictions are lifted on a 2-year trial basis to monitor the road conditions and any changes in the road. I'd like to offer some background about our company. Greens Haulage has owned and operated the pit since 1995, which is 26 years. North Wasiosa was paved in 1980 and has not shown signs of movement or heaving in 40 years, with very little maintenance over the years. The whole road basically is a gravel pit. In the spring of 2020, Greens Haulage paid for test holes to be drilled in North Wasiosa and Jessup Lane. The engineering report revealed that there existed 2 meters of good B1 sand or gravel for the subgrade, which is far more than most district roads get. So it should support traffic even in the springtime. Greens Haulage employs an average of 15 local workers and produces work for many more support businesses in the community. While we slow down a bit for winter, we are a year-round operation supplying materials for a variety of local and distant businesses in Southern Ontario. During the spring load restrictions cause us some difficulty with our ability to supply materials. We supply quite a few garden centers with River Rock. In Southern Ontario, their spring load restrictions, if they have any, come off well ahead of ours. And they are ready to open up April 1st. But they start filling their bins in early March while we're under load restrictions. With the spring load restrictions, this means multiple trips instead of hauling full loads. Not only is this not cost effective, but it is not good for the environment because we have to make so many trips. As part of the agreement with the town, Greens Haulage is prepared to put up a $50,000 assurity against any damages to the road for the 2-year trial period. If there is no damage, then the load restriction exemption would become permanent. Are there any questions?
Thanks, Tim. I'll go to council. Any questions of Tim? I know there will be a report later on in the agenda for a decision, but questions now? Councillor Weave?
Thank you, Worship. I think I actually might save my question for later once the report comes. So I think it would be more for our staff. So I'll pass.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Armour, something for Mr. Green?
Not so much a question. I just want to thank Tim for coming forward. I think this is a great opportunity for him and his business and for who he employs. So I will be supporting it when it comes through. Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Dan.
Councillor Withey?
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Tim, for your report. I've often questioned the load restrictions and what actual damage happens in all various places in our community. And I do agree it causes quite a strain on businesses, a lot of development, everything surrounding it. If you've got a double trucks out there, that's not great, as you mentioned, for the environment. So I think this is a good idea, and I appreciate you bringing it forward. Thanks.
Thanks.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thanks. I was going to, thank you, Worship. I was going to save my comments for later on, but I guess I'll comment now as others have. And I've known Tim for many, many years, I think since even before he bought the gravel pit where it is. But and I often comment that his drivers and show so much respect on the road on an ongoing basis. I've never seen any of his vehicles exceeding 40 kilometers an hour on that road, which is just shows respect, I think, for the residents along that road, as well as people walking and so on and so forth. So I guess it's obvious that when this comes to a vote, I will be voting for it as well. Thanks.
Thanks,
Okay.
Brian.
So Tim, as I said, we have a report later on in the meeting, and you don't have to hang around for that. Staff will advise you of the decision. I think the recommendation is to enter into this 2-year trial period. So
Okay.
it sounds like you've got lots of support at the table.
Thanks, Karen.
Okay, thanks for being here.
Okay. Bye now.
Council, we're going into the meat of the meeting, and we're going to start with the draft capital budget, which may be a fairly lengthy process. So I'm going to suggest we take a quick 5-minute break, biological break, and come back at 10:05, and then we'll start the capital. Great, we just got a couple more counselors that we're waiting to come back. So now that we've had that break, really, we've got about 2 hours to do the capital presentation.
I'll try not to be that long.
Okay. All right, we're mostly back. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Withey and seconded by Deputy Mayor Alcock. It is recommended that the draft 2022 capital budget projects and departmental reserve contributions as presented in Schedules B and D of Report Corp 2021-73 be approved to be considered in the town draft 2022 consolidated budget. And further, that the new capital infrastructure identified in the report be approved to be considered in the town draft 2022 capital budget and included thereafter as part of the town's asset management plan. Okay, Riva, I'm guessing you've got a screen to share. And
I do, yes. I have a PowerPoint presentation to go through, so I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, can everybody see the?
You are sharing, so go ahead.
Perfect. Okay. So when we look at the capital budget, I think it's really important to note that we're actually looking at two different aspects. So the first part is the capital project plan, and the second is the capital contribution plan. So those are two separate pieces. They are two separate and distinct pieces, and they don't really necessarily correlate to one another in any one given year. Over a period of time, though, a correlation does exist. So future capital projects or replacement costs are used to determine the annual funding requirements, which is ultimately what we should be levying each year in order to ensure that we have the funds saved when the time comes to complete those projects. At this point, the town is levying significantly less than the annual funding requirements for the existing assets. So that means that there's a funding gap. So I will get into this funding gap a little bit later. So I'd like to reiterate that the projects in any given year do not necessarily drive what the contributions will be for that year, nor do the contribution dictate what the projects will be. So essentially what happens is that we levy capital contributions each year that go into departmental capital reserves. So this is basically like a savings account for each department that's used specifically for capital projects. The capital projects are all funded through these capital reserves. So the capital levy doesn't specifically relate to the projects in that year. It's just what we're saving to put towards replacing capital assets at some point in the future that will need to be replaced. So if we were to levy only for the specific projects in a given year, then we're not saving anything to fund future projects that we know will need to be done down the road. So a little bit about this year's process and kind of how we got to this point. So back in July of 2020, Council approved the town's capital asset management plan. So, and I'll refer to that as the AMP going forward. There were many steps involved in completing this plan, one of which was compiling an inventory of all of the town's capital assets. So that inventory included components of buildings like the roof, like the HVAC system, like electrical and washroom fixtures and all of that stuff. It also included things like equipment, land improvement, fleet, just to name a few of them. So staff, with the help of consultants in some cases, not only took an inventory of the assets, but also completed an assessment of their conditions. So yet another step in the process included determining a risk framework for each type of these assets. These risk frameworks included metrics related to the probability of asset failure, as well as the consequences if that asset were to fail. So for example, the risk framework related to bridges includes the probability of failure metrics that are tied to the condition of the asset, the service life of the asset remaining. The consequence of failure metrics are tied to the replacement cost of the asset and the annual average daily traffic. And that's developed using the bridge needs study. So essentially the risk level of the assets determined based on all 4 of these values, which in many cases aren't really equally weighted. Generally speaking, the lower the values, the higher the risk. So each type of asset has a different risk framework, and these were developed by staff with the help of our asset management plan consultants. All of this information, the inventory listing, including the conditions, the risks, historical costs, replacement costs, anticipated replacement dates, all of that information are all kept in the town's citywide database. So that's the software system that we use to maintain our asset management inventory. So this information was exported and reviewed in detail by each department, and that's done on an annual basis. So we do continually update all of our asset, our condition ratings, our replacement costs. So the information is reviewed by the departments. And again, that includes the risk rating of each individual asset. So although each line item was reviewed, an emphasis was put on ensuring that those riskier assets are dealt with first. So the anticipated replacement dates are used to determine the projects over the next 5 years. And all replacement costs were reviewed by staff to ensure that the project cost estimates are as up to date as possible. So those projects specifically identified as needing replacement in 2022 have been included in the 2022 capital project plan, which we'll go through in detail a little later by department. So all of this makes up the first part of the capital budget, which is the capital project plan. The second piece of the capital budget is the capital contribution plan. So each asset that's set for replacement at some point in the future has an estimated replacement cost associated with it. So how much is it going to cost to replace it in the future? So this, along with the estimated useful life of each asset, is used to determine the annual amount that we should be saving in order to ensure that we have the necessary funds to replace that asset when it needs to be replaced. So according to the AMP, this annual requirement is actually about $15.8 million. So in 2021, the amount we actually levied for capital was just over 4.9 million. So this means that there is an annual funding deficit between the annual requirement, so what we need to save to fund those future replacements, to maintain that existing infrastructure, and what's actually being levied for capital. So that funding gap or the funding deficit is about $11 million annually. So the financial strategies in the AMP recommended an annual increase to the capital levy in order to gradually close this funding gap over a 20-year period. And that was to begin in 2020. So for 2021, the funding gap for each department was calculated based on the difference between the annual capital levy for that department and the annual requirement from the information from our asset database. So the difference was divided by 19 because 2020 had already elapsed. So we were closing the gap over a 19-year period now. So this was determined to be the optimal annual increase for that department. So this exercise was done for each department. The only two exceptions were roads and fleet. So in roads, there was a mandated $400,000 increase, which was applied. And in fleet, $155,000 increase was applied, which was consistent with our 2020 capital contribution. So the fleet reserve is severely underfunded at this point. So this larger increase was applied to bring that fleet reserve more out of a deficit position sooner. So this approach remained consistent for our 2022 proposed capital contribution plan. So the recommended increase for 2022 included in the capital budget report is approximately $645,000. which will bring the total levy to approximately 5.6 million for capital. So this means that there's still a substantial annual funding gap, but this will over time decrease. So now I'd like to go through each one of the departmental capital plan projects for 2022. So we'll start with fleet. And I'm just going to kind of flip back from sharing my screen and not sharing my screen. So we did go through these capital projects with the chairs and vice chairs of our divisional committees. So at this point, were there any questions about the fleet projects?
Reva, I'm just wondering, as much as the chairs and vice chairs have seen these numbers before, the rest of council hasn't. I'm wondering if we can't just go through them briefly, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. So I will share my screen again. Okay, so can everybody see that? See my screen? Yeah. Okay. So lined up for 2022 in fleet, there are 2 replacements. You can see this trackless sidewalk plow. There are 2 replacements of those based on our replacement plan in the fleet department. So each of those projects are $200,000. Then there are 4 service trucks. And again, those are based on the planned replacement within the fleet department, just based on the age and the wear and tear of the actual vehicles. And then there's 1 large tandem combo plow replacement set for $325,000. I'm just going to stop sharing. I did notice Councillor Alcock has a question.
Yep, Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Reva. It's a really quick one on the fleet. During the discussions about replacement of fleet, maybe this is too much detail at this point, but given we're talking about replacement costs, if there was discussion around replacing our fleet with hybrid or electric vehicles, given that certainly seems to be the move for lots of municipalities and lots of public. So was there discussion around that?
And I'm going to defer that question to our Director of Operations.
Steve?
Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano, through you. So in regards to large equipment like the combo plow, they just don't make them yet that they're reliable enough to do that. We continue to look at the electrical vehicles for the smaller service vehicles. There's just not enough options available right now. I know one manufacturer's now come out with an electric truck and servicing on that. We're continuing to evaluate it, but for our needs at this current time, it's just not feasible or practical.
Steve, why is there a question on the 4 service trucks that you're replacing? Is this part of the plan, or are 2 of these trucks that we were supposed to replace last year and couldn't get?
No, we've caught up last year, so this is part of the plan. These are vehicles that have run through their useful life. They've been an administration vehicle, if you will, for a few years, and they've been passed on to the crews, and they're just in tough shape and costing too much to maintain.
And we don't have any issues with being able to get them. Like, it seems to me last year we couldn't get some vehicles.
Yeah, 2 years ago we couldn't get them. Last year there was a backlog. We're not sure what's going to happen when we place an order or we go to tender in January once the budget's approved. We'd like to think that we'll be able to get them, but I'm hearing the same stories everybody is about automobiles right now. So we might have to reevaluate that. But our plan right now is to replace 4 of them if they're available.
Okay, Reva, continue.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to Public Works and Roads. So I'm gonna have a few comments, and then I will, I'm sure Director Hernan will want to speak a little bit more to this. So Overall, the road spending is at $4.5 million, and that was included in the mandate letter in our strategic plan. That overall, the road spending is anticipated to get up to $4.5 million. So at this point, these road costs, the brushing, the capital project, sidewalk replacement, these are placeholders at this point. A final roads capital plan will be brought forward separately. I do think it's important to note that the Main Streetscape and the Kent Park redevelopment projects from 2021, there will be some carry forward costs or carryover costs. However, we're not entirely sure what those costs will be at this point in time. So, and they will be funded through the Streetscape Reserve. So that'll just be a carry forward project that will be brought forward once we have those costs available. Other road capital projects are funded through a combination of OCIF funding, gas tax funding, and roads capital reserves. So I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm sure Director Hernan has some things to add.
Questions, Council? Okay, keep going.
Okay, so next is cemeteries. So there is a new columbarium added into the capital plan this year. This is a new asset. It is to be funded through donations made to the town, and I believe a report was brought forward earlier this year specifically related to this. The only other asset replacement in the year relates to turf equipment and tractors. So it is a pooled asset, so essentially only assets in this specific pooling, they're replaced on an as needed basis. So if the tractor fails, we'll replace it. If it doesn't, we don't replace it, and the money stays in the reserve.
Questions on this slide, Council?
Stop sharing so you can see. Okay.
Keep going.
All right. So next is parks and trails. So all of the details of these specific projects are included in Appendix C to the capital report. So I won't go into too much detail. There are a few things that I wanted to note. So the new Macaulay Robertson pickleball courts, these are anticipated to be funded through Parkland Reserve funds. And I believe on Monday, a resolution was passed to fund a portion through the Ontario Winter Games Legacy Fund as well. So that's about just over $40,000. So it'll be funded a combination through Parkland Reserve funds and the Ontario Winter Games Legacy Fund. The new Hunters Bay and Vernon docks, these are new assets that are not currently in our asset management plan. And reports were brought forward earlier this year related to those projects, and those reports included a recommendation for those to be funded through the working funds reserves. So that equates to about $55,000 roughly. One last thing is related to this parks, the Clark Crescent tennis courts. An Ontario Trillium grant was applied for. We're not sure of the status of that at this point. But on the project cost of $260,000, we have applied for grants of about $232,000. So I think that's everything I had on that one.
Questions? I have one, Reva, on the two new docks that are in that. There's somewhere in one of the detailed slides that said there's no anticipated operating costs associated with those, and yet it seems to me when the report came to include them, both of them did have operating costs associated with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if Director Hernan wants to add more to that, but I know the discussions that we had, those reports indicated that the operating costs included staff time to be able to maintain those docks. And when we sat as a budget working group, we had decided that we can maintain those within our existing SWB budgets. And Director Hernan, I'm not sure if you had anything else to add.
Through you, Mayor Terziano, the fact that these would be a new asset next year, we don't feel that we'll be into a maintenance with them, and then we've got to see the usage on them. There will be some grass cutting, there will be a garbage can to be cleaned out, but we don't think that these two new locations in their first year of operation will be a strain on the existing staff, and we'll be able to handle it within. Obviously, if in the next 4 or 5 years we continue to add docks or parks, it'll come to a stage where eventually we'll have to increase a maintenance line or a staffing time, but we feel at this present time, with these being new structures, we'll be able to absorb it within.
So, and maybe if I'm remembering correctly, when the report came, maybe it was associated costs under materials and supplies such as garbage cans, benches, things like that.
You're correct, Mayor Terziano. Whenever we bring a report forward, we have to look at the long-term cost and what it's going to do to the operations. And although it adds staffing time, if you will, and eventually it needs to be adjusted, but it's not every time. Every time we add a street to a plow route, when we assume a subdivision, doesn't mean we need a new operator. But there comes a point in time where after you add enough streets, then we come back and say to council, okay, we've now hit the button that it's now requiring more staff time or more fuel. Right now, like I say, with these being new operations, new installations next year, we feel we can handle it within the existing operational budget. We're building new pickleball courts at McCully. If this is approved, we're going to have the new facilities in Port Sydney. We've got 2 new docks. In 2023, could we be coming back saying to you, okay, we now need another 100 hours of student time in the summer, and we need X dollars extra for garbage pickup. It could be the case, but right now we feel we can absorb these within the existing budgets for next year.
Okay, Riva, you can continue.
Yeah. Okay, so related to fire, majority of these project costs, the tools and equipment, clothing and safety, radios and pagers, the hoses, those are all pooled projects. So again, only assets requiring replacement will be replaced. So if they fail, we replace it. If not, the money stays in the fire capital reserve. The airfill station it is a specific project that was carried forward from 2021. So that is anticipated at $60,000. And that's this last project, the fire station 1, that is the hot water heater at the fire station. I'll stop sharing.
Questions? Seeing none.
Okay. Okay, so on to community services. At Muskoka Heritage Place, there are 2 projects anticipated for 2022. There's the train station roof, which is a carried forward project from 2021 that was not able to be completed. This project will be funded 25% through a donation from the Rotary Club. The only other project is the museum ceiling at MHP, and that's at a cost of $5,000. And again, there's pictures and detailed descriptions of these projects in Appendix C to the report.
Questions? Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Did we end up making a final decision as to whether or not that roof would be shingle or metal, Rita?
And I'm going to defer that to Director Babineau.
Good morning. Through you, Mayor Terziano. We did talk about getting a couple of quotes, so I do have those in front of me. What it looks like from a recent quote just come in yesterday, that to have a galvanized metal roof on that space is about $29,000. So we were looking at shingles and switching it to shingles, which we've got a quote now for $8,000. So it's up to council which direction you'd like us to go. We had originally got a quote in 2018 for a metal roof to be put on there, and that was just to elongate the life of that roof.
Is there a lifespan range between shingles and metal? Like, I mean, are we going to get three times the lifespan out of metal? Or who knows anything about how long shingles and metal last? Councillor Weed.
Thanks. So I can't recall, I don't remember seeing if how close that roof would be to, the pine needles accumulating, et cetera. I know there's obviously a lot of trees there, but I don't know if there's a lot of pine trees, because that's a real game changer when it comes to especially a shingled roof. But I also, obviously the metal would last longer, much longer, but there's always an issue with the fasteners and the gaskets, et cetera. And when you penetrate through those roofs, those can be a kind of a problem point. So it's kind of a tough one. It's obviously the numbers, I expect that about triple the price. That sounds about right. But it's like any homeowner, it's the same kind of conundrum, right? If do you do the cheaper one now, or go for the longer, hopefully the longer lasting metal? I guess council decision.
I assume that's going to come back as a report, Simone, for that decision.
It can. Ron just got the information, actually, just emailed me. 60 years for metal is what the contractor is saying, and 20 for shingle.
Okay, well, that's not a decision we have to make today, fortunately. So go ahead, Reva, keep going.
Okay, so on to facilities. There are a number of projects and facilities. There's 2 slides for this, so I'll quickly go through the projects and then stop sharing. So the Civic Center, so Town Hall front steps brickwork. So this project is put in for $300,000. So this includes removing the brick, doing an assessment and putting the brick back on. Then there's this furniture and equipment project. This largely relates to the replacement of hockey nets. And again, there's a detailed description in Appendix C to the staff report. There's also a gas detection system at the Summit Center for $40,000 and air conditioning unit replacements for $30,000. And then I'm just going to go on to the next screen. So the only other sort of facilities related project is the Port Sydney Hall flooring. And that's to replace the existing flooring with a like for like product. So that's put in for $71,000 at this point.
Questions? Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, thanks, Reba. A quick question around the Civic, the front steps and the brick replacement. I didn't see it in the report, and maybe I could very well have missed it. But we had that full discussion around redoing the facade of the front of Town Hall, and more than just replacing the bricks. And so, have we dropped that as a project, or is this the first tranche of that project? I somehow feel like I've missed something, and maybe we did make a decision to drop it. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know who might answer that.
I'm going to defer that either to Director Hernan, Director Babineau, or our CAO.
I think actually maybe what you're talking about, Deputy Mayor Alcock, is something that a final decision hasn't been made, and probably we should look at this money as a placeholder for whatever happens when it happens, because there are a couple of other things coming back to council, but I don't think they'll be back before January. We wouldn't be doing this work before that time, so we'll make sure that we know exactly what we're doing before a project like that would start.
Okay, that's great. I sort of assumed that this could be kind of a placeholder because it's related. So that's helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Armour?
A quick question. The flooring at Port Sydney Hall, is it currently hardwood and it's going to be replaced with hardwood, or an engineered type flooring?
Simone?
Through you, Mayor Truziano, we did look into this actually. It is a like for like replacement with maple. So, but that floor has been sanded down so thin at this point, there's no more savings savings in it. So we're looking at replacing it like for 71,000. We did go out and get a couple more quotes at the request of our chairs. The oak option came in at 69,000. Pine was not recommended as it's too soft. And we are looking still for a quote to come back for some sort of tile or composite, which might be a more affordable choice, but we have to remember that what we needs to be commercial use. We need to be able to paint the lines because, of course, in that space, we have badminton lines and a number of lines painted on the floor. So we haven't got that quote back yet, but what we had submitted for our capital replacement for that floor was at the like for like for wood maple.
I guess just to follow up on that, is the oak hardwood flooring, or is that engineered flooring, or have we explored anything other than composite tile or hardwood?
Mayor Terziano, yes, that's what staff are reaching out to the contractors for. So we're kind of scrambling with time here and trying to get them in here and get some choices. So far, we were able to get those quotes in this morning for the oak and at 69,000, and the pine was not recommended, but they're still looking at getting us a quote for some other options that might be more affordable and still make use of the space as we'd like it.
Okay. Okay, Reva.
Okay. Okay, so in recreation and leisure, there's only one project this year. So this includes the accessible ceiling lift and sling for the aquatics department.
Questions? I'm gonna suggest we do 2 or 3 slides at once, so just so you don't have to keep stopping your screen.
Okay, so in the theater, these are 2 pooled replacements. So sound equipment and audiovisual equipment. So this includes things like microphones, lighting, various, smaller pieces of equipment. And again, only equipment needing replacement will actually be replaced. If fewer replacements are needed than we anticipate at this point, then the money just stays in the reserve. So in economic development, there is a welcome sign replacement. So this includes the Center Street, kind of the archway on Center Street, just the replacement of the actual sign. It doesn't include the structural, anything structural, it's just the actual sign itself. Then governance, so this is the council chamber. So these are audiovisual replacements within the council chambers themselves. So again, if this is a pooled replacement, if assets don't fail, they don't get replaced, the money stays in the reserve fund. But there is a placeholder in this to account for, if there are items that need to be replaced, that we don't have to come back to committee to ask for every $100 replacement. And then within information technology, all of these are pooled projects. So, printers and copiers, audio visuals, so those are presentation screens, monitors, computer monitors, networking items, telephone replacements, and end user computing includes laptops, desktop computers, all of that. So again, the telephone and the end user computing are replacements based on the cycle. And I mean, as with IT, things change quickly, and I think our IT manager is on the call if there are more technical questions. But again, these are all pooled replacements. So with the exception of the items being replaced on a cycle, printers, copiers, audiovisual, all of that stuff, unless an asset fails, it's not going to be replaced. The money will stay in the reserve. Library operations. These are things like materials, are physical books. These capital projects have remained consistent over the years. And, you know, things like books on CDs, DVDs, and Blu-rays, you know, the actual collections at the library. And then library facilities, only 2 projects this year. So there's the regrouting of tile. So that includes the entrances and the washrooms. And exterior security lighting for $6,000. I believe that's all of the slides.
Okay, any questions on those last few slides, Council? Okay, apparently I've been informed that if you raise your yellow hand, you'll pop up on the screen even if we're screen sharing. So I'll let Reva keep her screen up and continue to go. And if you raise your electronic hand, I will interrupt her and recognize you. And I'm going to do that with Deputy Mayor Alcock right now.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have a question. I have a comment, and that is I want to say thank you to Reva for a fantastic presentation. You make it so clear, and it's so user-friendly for people like me. And I noticed the pictures that were included in this report, and I think that's a first, I think. So thank you for doing such a thorough and easy to understand presentation.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a question, but it's not on recent slides, but it goes all the way back to the presentation on asset management planning. Is that appropriate at this point?
Absolutely.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, Reva, the gradual increase of closing that funding gap over 20 years. After 20 years then, if all things go according to Hoyle here, would all capital requirements then be fully funded, or at that point would we be required to also possibly be looking at debentures? Is that sort of the plan of the AMP and the 20-year plan?
Yeah, and through you, Mayor Terziano. So I think the idea is right now we are anticipating our contributions over the next several years as you know, in accordance with our AMP financing strategies. We are planning on bringing an updated AMP back in 2022 to revisit, because there are, as you've seen in the presentation today, there are some new assets that are going to be added in 2022. And those were not included in our 2019 asset management plan. So things are constantly changing. So, you know, over the 20-year period, things are going to fluctuate. It's not going to be exactly we're closing that specific funding gap with over 20 years. You know, there are projects that are included in our capital plans that are in, you know, larger projects. The one that comes to mind is a replacement of the pool. So that project right now doesn't have a funding source attached to it other than our capital reserves. Eventually, once that pool needs to be replaced, we will absolutely be looking at other ways to fund that, like grant applications. So, you know, that it's kind of an up and a down sort of thing with the contributions. And at this point, we're basing our increase on that funding gap. But as more information comes available throughout the years, you know, that anticipated plan will change. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, I think it does. If I follow up, Your Worship?
You may.
Okay, thank you. I know that at one time a strategy that was put forward, and this is maybe 10 years or so ago by previous staff members, but the thought was at that point that the asset management plan going forward funding would be aiming at a 50% 50% funding of what would be required at that point, and the rest would be debentures. But from what I'm hearing here, this sounds more like we're going to be closer to a full funding formula with this particular plan.
Reva?
And I just wanted to add something quickly. So I'm not entirely sure about what the plan was brought forward previously. At this point with our funding gap, so I mean, based on what we're actually levying versus our annual requirement per our asset management inventory, we are looking right now that we're, you know, about a third funded. And sorry, Director McKenzie, I'm not sure if you wanted to add something to that.
Julia?
I was just gonna to add to what you've asked, Councillor Thompson, just with the debentures. You just have to remember that debentures are a financing tool. They're not. We still have to collect that money through taxation to be able to pay for those debentures. So debenturing is more of a financing tool. And I think, you know, when we have a project that comes forward, say if council does decide to proceed with the new Medill building, we may have to look at whether we need to debenture that or not if we don't have enough kind of money in the bank through our existing reserves to pay for that. So that's when we would use the debenturing. But ideally, we would get to a point, as Reva has mentioned, that we have enough money that's been set aside so that we don't have to be looking to debenture, and we also don't have to kind of be using our existing reserves for other things to kind of self-finance those shortfalls right now. Because in essence, that's what we've been doing for some of them, is we've been kind of using other debentures to offset that financing piece.
Sort of just following up on Councillor Thompson's question, if we were to achieve that $11 million funding gap, and I realize we're looking at 20 years down the road, well, that would put us at funding our capital asset management plan at about $17 million a year, which is our levy today for the taxpayers. So if we actually think we can get to that, we probably will have to start thinking about how many assets we can really afford to own, because at some point maybe our tax base can't support, you know, a $30 million levy. But that's exactly what we would be working towards if we were to try to achieve this number. Is that fair? Am I off base there, Julia?
No, you're not off base. But one thing I think Huntsville's in a good position for is we do have lots of capacity. So with all of our road network, we have lots of roads that don't have houses on them yet. So there's still lots of room there to, you know, to be building the infrastructure that is going to help support the tax base, because those people will be paying taxes, right, when they start building homes on those roads. So that's the one good thing about Huntsville, is we do have lots of infrastructure right now that isn't at full capacity.
Right. Well, as a planning department, we should probably start concentrating in the rural areas where we can get more tax base for less infrastructure. All right, Councillor Stone.
Just quickly, the $645,000 we're looking at it per year, what does that mean for the levy? We're starting at this increase before we even start looking at the budget.
Really?
So yeah, the increase of 645,000 is currently included in the draft budget, and we will be bringing forward. I think we have special committee meetings set up next week to go through the divisional budgets, and so you'll be able to see kind of the bigger picture and how that fits into the overall consolidated budget. I can tell you at this point that it will be brought within the guidelines as set by council in the budget guidelines in August. So including that capital increase of 645,000.
All right, I look forward to it. Not really.
I feel like I'm letting the cat out of the bag, but I think I saw a number of about 12% increase on capital, not a 12% increase on the budget. So. Okay, Reva, do you want to continue on?
Through you, Mayor, that's actually all I had for the capital presentation.
Okay, we're not going to look at the 5-year projections or anything like that at this time?
I wasn't planning on going through that. Those are more for information only. We're not approving those 5-year capital. They are attached to the capital budget report.
Okay.
But that's really just for more information than anything else.
Okay. All right. Before we leave capital, then, are there any final questions, council? Okay, let's go back to where I actually had a resolution.
Julie has her hand up.
Oh, Julia.
I just had 2 points of clarification just based on the discussion. There was one discussion about the roof at MHP, and I just wasn't clear if we have it in the budget at the amount that's in there. Was there a direction of council that we need, or committee that we need to bring a report back on that project before we proceed with it?
I would think so, because of the fact that I don't believe we've agreed to either a metal or shingle roof yet, have we?
So if that's a decision that committee wants to make, then I'll recommend that maybe we should make note of that for our, that we don't proceed with that project, and just so we have a note so that's clear that that one does need to come back first. And then the other one was the front steps at Town Hall. I don't know if currently there is a report that's to come back on that one. So I'm just wondering if we do need to do that before that work proceeds, just because I know that they were looking at trying to get some of that done.
Well, none of this stuff will be approved until February of next year anyway. So I would assume that if there's any reports that need to come back, they'll come back long before that. But I see the CAO has her hand up. Maybe she can answer that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to confirm, there were a few items that I think staff are well aware of that committee wants us to look further into. It was the roof, whether it was shingle or metal. There was also the flooring at the Port Sydney Hall, what type of material staff we're looking at providing, as well as the questions around the front hall or the front steps, the entrance. So to your point, Madam Chair, is that this is currently being presented to be incorporated into the budget. It's not final. And I think that information can flow through future budget discussions, and we can make the final, committee can make the final decision at that point.
Thanks for that. Okay, council, you've heard the resolution, which is simply to include the draft capital plan in the draft overall budget. Final questions? All in favor? That carries. Okay. I do believe that Reva, you're still up with the Q3 report. So go ahead, and if you're sharing your screen, go ahead and keep going as long as you want, and I'll interrupt you if I see a yellow hand.
So I'm actually not going to share my screen on this one, Madam Chair. I just have some quick kind of notes that I wanted to discuss. So I think first of all, I wanted to note a couple of things with respect to the forecast. So the 2021 September year-to-date actuals column that's included in Appendix A of the report, that only represents the actuals to the end of September. And the other note is the forecast was prepared by staff the first week of November, and so it was the forecast at that point in time. So the forecast, which is included in Appendix A of the report, shows an estimated operating surplus of $964,000. So included in Appendix C to the report is a summary of the Q3 forecasted capital project spending, which indicates that approximately $145,000 more in spending is expected to occur than was originally budgeted. So this does not have a 2021 net levy impact. The additional spending is a result of a number of additional grants received, some emergency road projects that were reported on earlier this year, and the purchase of a boat for the building and fire department, which again was reported on earlier this year. So these additional projects are detailed in the staff report. So there are savings in other capital projects, which is offsetting these additional costs as well. So just a couple of examples. There was a steamer, which was originally budgeted for $20,000, but our actual costs were only about $17,000. The MHP train station roof was deferred to 2022, which we just saw in the capital budget presentation. So that reduced the capital spending in 2021 by $20,000. The council chambers furniture purchase for $16,000 has also been put on hold until the Town Hall Working Group has provided further direction. There were also some substantial savings in some facilities capital projects in 2021. Things like the Stevenson Hall roof came in $17,000 under budget. There was $23,000 worth of savings in the Motivation Space flooring project. And there was the deferral of the Town Hall front steps brickwork project, which again, we just saw in our capital budget presentation. So a summary of the budget deviations is included in the Q3 forecast, and that's been provided in Appendix B. So these show that the forecasted deviations from the originally approved 2021 budget. So I won't go into specific details on this appendix, but I did want to mention that the two columns on the far right of that spreadsheet or that appendix, that's showing the difference for each previously reported deviation and an explanation of the change. So it's showing the difference between the Q2 deviation and the Q3 deviation. So there were some high level items that I'd like to point out with respect to this forecast. So from looking at the organizational summary on the first page of Appendix A, it appears as though revenues have increased by almost $2 million. This is true. However, there are some very specific things included in here that don't have an impact on the overall forecasted surplus. So there's almost $120,000 worth of road allowance sales. So these sales aren't budgeted for because they're one-off items and they can fluctuate pretty significantly from year to year. So all of these revenues are entirely transferred into the town capital replacement reserve, so they don't have an impact on the forecasted net surplus. There's also about $445,000 worth of lease revenues for the InfraPipe property. So again, these revenues are entirely transferred into a separate reserve for future use. There's also an additional approximately $32,000 of interest income, and this is largely transferred into capital reserves for, to be put forward for capital projects later on. There's also about $400,000 related to additional municipal accommodation tax revenues that have been collected. So this revenue is offset by the 70% contribution to the MAT board, and the remaining amounts transferred into the MAT reserve. So again, there's no impact. That's not creating, additional surplus in 2021. There's also $71,000 of short-term rental MAT that's been collected. And again, these are transferred into a short-term rental MAT reserve for future use. Also in 2021, we received Safe Restart funding of roughly $400,000. And this has been transferred into the Safe Restart reserve, and we're expecting to use that in 2022. And it currently has been included in the draft 2022 budget, which we will see next week in our meetings. There's also about $240,000 worth of additional revenues in the building department, and these are transferred into the building reserve. And the last item I wanted to mention with respect to this was there's $25,000 related to the usage of parkland reserve funds related to the waterfront strategy consulting fees. So this revenue is entirely offset by an increase in consulting fees. So again, it's not, yes, there's a $2 million increase in revenues, but not all of that is going towards that forecasted surplus. So overall, I think the significant forecasted surplus is really a result of a number of things. So there were several staff vacancies throughout the year. So this includes part-time hours that were just not able to be filled. We couldn't find the staff to fill them. So overall, those staff vacancies amounted to about $205,000 organizationally. There were also some additional property tax supplementary billings. So those are related to new growth, and they're only partially offset by some tax write-offs in the year. So overall, this is contributing about $100,000 to that surplus. There's also a one-time recovery that for taxes that were paid out of court that amounted to about $20,000. That's going towards that $965,000 surplus. There's also additional planning department revenues of about $20,000. We got additional almost $30,000 in grant funding for parks and Muskoka Heritage Place that weren't applied or that weren't confirmed at the time the budget was set. But they were, the budget expenses were there. Also, as a result of COVID, a significant number of programs and facilities were not running as we originally anticipated when the 2021 budget was approved. So this resulted in significant lost revenues, but staff were also able to employ significant cost control measures, including reductions in utilities, part-time staff, marketing costs, a whole number of things. So these COVID-related variances, which included the running of the assessment center, make up approximately $420,000 of that $965,000 surplus. So I am available for questions if there are any. I know that was a lot of information.
Crystal.
Thank you, Chair Terziano. Just prior to the discussion, if I could ask you to read the motion, please.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew I forgot to read it. Okay. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Withey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Alcock. It is recommended that committee approve the 2021 Q3 budget deviations as outlined in Appendix B of Report Corp 2021-77, and further that the actual 2021 year-end surplus be transferred into capital reserves. Questions? I have one question. Does this resolution suggest, if passed, that when we do get the final year-end surplus, we would then have a resolution as to where we directed it, as opposed to generally into capital reserves? i.e., I'm hoping we'll look at what reserves need at most, if that's where it's going, but would that come back as a further resolution? Reva?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Terziano. I believe so. So when I bring forward the year-end report, the 2021 year-end report, we will include that in our with that staff report. We'll include a resolution of where that surplus and exact amounts of how much we think should go into each specific area.
Okay, because I think it's important that generally any surplus at year end or overage at year end is in and out of working funds. And this is definitely different than what we do as a practice in identifying capital reserves for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No further questions? All in favor? That carries. Okay, and I won't make the same mistake twice, so I have a resolution moved by Deputy Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Wiebe. It is recommended that the amendments to the affordable housing policy as attached to Report Corp 2021-76 be approved. Julia.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is more of a housekeeping item. We have the affordable housing policy, which sets the maximum values for the dwelling types to be applied for the affordable housing, as well as the dwelling size. However, we also have the same schedule in our user fee bylaw, which will get updated annually. So what we're looking at is just removing the schedule from the policy and referring it to the user fee bylaw so that they don't get out of sync, because currently they're out of sync and it should be according to the user fee bylaw. So it's just more of a housekeeping item.
Questions, council? No? All in favor? That carries. We have some information only reports, starting with the Human Resource Strategic Plan. Lisa.
Thank you, Chair Terziano. So the report before you is for information only. The HR strategic plan is a goal item within the Town of Huntsville strategic plan. The priorities within the plan were to include workforce planning, recruitment, learning and development, succession planning, leadership development, employee engagement, wellness, diversity, and organizational development. The HR department researched a number of strategic plan documents from other municipalities and best practices from the following organizations that we are members of. And that would be the Human Resources Professional Association, the Ontario Municipal Human Resources Association, and the Society of Human Resources Management. The HR strategic plan in itself is a guiding document. It provides information on how the human resource function will support the goals and strategies of the organization. The purpose of how it is laid out provides the opportunity to collaborate with senior management and leadership team to establish and drive the separate plans that are contained and identified under the action items of the strategy. Individual reports to council would then be developed as we work our way through the strategy, and more importantly, when funding or service changes are required. An update report will also be provided to council to advise of the progress of the strategy at the end of the year. We're excited to present this information to council, and we look forward to working through the strategy with everyone involved. So, thank you.
Questions? Seeing none. You have another one, Human Resource Division reorganization.
I do. Thank you, Chair Terziano. So the report before you is for information only to make council and the public aware of the new structure for the Community Services Division. The basic concept of the structure was discussed with the chair, vice chair, and mayor, and consultation also took place with the master plan consultant, municipal networks, and fellow colleagues. The structure included in the report today is what staff feel is required to most efficiently provide the services within the Community Services Division. And the financial piece was also discussed in length with both Director Mackenzie and Deputy Treasurer Frame. This new organizational structure has already been carried out, and from what I understand has been a successful transition. Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Armour.
Not so much a question, just a comment. It's nice to see the streamline the structure there. It's pretty busy before, and it's nice to see it's more streamlined. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you to Director Babineau as well.
Tanya, another report for information, municipal election question on the ballot.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. So this is a report just for preparation of the 2022 municipal election. This is just for information only. You'll see this the year prior to every municipal election moving forward. So this is an opportunity for council to put a question on a ballot should they choose. Now, the clerk's department watches throughout the year to see if there's we get a sense of something that would warrant a question on a ballot. Regardless, we'll be bringing this forward anyways. Just so you know that if you do move ahead with this, this would be, as per the stipulations within the report, this would be a requirement for your next council to put in place. So if those stipulations in the report are met. Just on a side note of information, I can tell you there was 2 years in a row where we hit over 46% of voter turnout. One was 210 and one was 214. So that is getting close to the 50%, but I'm certainly here if there's questions.
Questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Tanya. So Tanya, if I'm interpreting what you just said correctly, then any question on the ballot would only be entertained or only be considered as viable if 50% of the voting public actually participated in the vote. Is that what I'm hearing?
As well as, thank you, Mayor Terziano, as well as to the yes to the question itself. So you have to have that for the yes to the question itself, and then the voter turnout has to be a percentage as well in order to make that come to fruition.
So it has to be 50 plus 50 in both cases.
It has to be 50, yep, and 50 eligible voters.
Okay, thank you.
So just further clarification, Tanya. So if you don't have 50% voter turnout, the question on the ballot is invalid?
That is correct. You
And
don't,
if, and as long as you have 50% plus one, then 25% plus one would make you have to carry out the results.
So if you have 50% of the votes to a yes, and if you have 50% of the eligible voters, you need both of those to get your binding result.
But at the end of the day, that means 25% of the community could insist on something.
It
Vote in
depends.
something, I guess.
It depends on your voter turnout, right? Like there's roughly 18,000 electors. It just
Okay.
depends on your voter turnout.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, Lakeland Holding update for information only. CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just the standard update from Lakeland Holding. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? See. Okay, we're moving into community services. And I have a resolution moved by Councillor Wiebe and seconded by Councillor Schumacher. It is recommended that staff be directed to continue with phase 2 and phase 3 of the Huntsville Waterfront Safety Operation Plan. And further, that the associated costs as outlined in report CS 2021-13 be added to the draft 2022 budget for consideration. Cameron, are you doing this one? Yes, I see you. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Terziano. This report outlines the future phases to improve waterfront safety and drowning prevention within the town of Huntsville. It provides council with the information about the completion of phase 1 and the further continuation for phase 2 and 3. And I'm here for any questions.
Questions? Councillor Stone.
Just a comment. I support all these efforts. I think it's wonderful. Help keep our waterfront safe, except for putting up signs saying unsupervised. I think it is a waste of time and energy and money. And as a child, as a parent, I have never changed my actions because there was a sign saying unsupervised.
Cameron, do you want to comment on that at all? Or?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Terziano. I do appreciate your feedback, Councillor Stone, but as we move forward with providing different levels of service through the municipality, such as equipped beaches and providing water safety equipment at some locations and potentially future locations, it's important to identify to the public which locations have water safety equipment and which ones do not in that regard. And that's the reason for signage stating that this is a unsupervised swim area.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship, through you too, Cameron. And so does this, by having that unsupervised signage there, Cameron, does that have any impact on town liability with regards to the waterfront?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Terziano. No, that would not increase our liability at this time. It would in fact protect the town and increase our level of safety that we provide to our constituents in the areas.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, in fact, insurance companies love these signs. They're helpful to for the liability component of our coverage.
Any further questions? Councillor Schumacher.
Your worship, Cameron, totally in support, but this would only be our areas or beaches that we're looking at signing. Like my understanding is the Port Sydney Dam is M&R regulated, not town regulated. So I know there's a lot of controversy around signs there, but that's not our area to sign, correct?
through you, Mayor Terziano, yes, that would be identified as an M&R owned piece of property. There are some land that the town owns adjacent to that, but at this time, that would not be one of the waterfronts that we would be classified as putting signage at. That could be something that might be required if the town purchased property closer to that area, or in future phases, if the town purchases property next to a set of rapids, then the town would have to identify that and provide appropriate signage.
Okay, I see no further hands. All in favor of the resolution? That carries. A resolution moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Weed. It is recommended that the Algonquin Theatre enter into an agreement renewal with the Huntsville Festival of the Arts from November 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2024, as outlined in Report CS 2021-17. And further, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the necessary documentation. Who's got this one? Trish?
Good morning. Thank you. Through you, Chair Terziano. I'm pleased to have this report prepared for consideration to council. So it is a 3-year agreement, some great back and forth conversation with the Huntsville Festival of the Arts to come to this conclusion. So you'll see a copy of the draft agreement for your consideration as in the appendices of this report, and I'm here for questions.
Questions? Councillor Stone.
I did notice in comparison to the last contract, the increase in the theater rental is only $50, and yet we're giving an additional 8 hours of tech time. It seems like we're not charging enough for a full day's work.
Trish?
Through you, Chair Terziano, thanks very much for that question, Councillor Stone. The number of tech hours are actually equal to the previous agreement. So in fact, the percentage increase, with the exception of the first year, 2022, which I talked about with respect to COVID, the increases are based on the 3.1% increase that was directed by council with respect to our user fees. So I went to the negotiations with the festival to implement that 3.1. So in fact, the tech fees are the same as within the past agreement. So we're on par with that.
Okay, I saw the direct comparison, and the new contract has an additional 8 hours of tech time given to it, and the previous one did not.
Through you, Chair Terziano, I know on my page, on my report, it actually, it bumped up to the second page. So it's there, it's in fact there, the 2018 and 2020 past agreement includes 4 hours front of house staff and 8 hours of technical services, which is the same for this agreement, this draft agreement that I put forward, or that we're putting forward for 2021-2024. So it's identified in that rate structure under operational. So there, it's 4 hours of front of house and 8 hours of tech in the past agreement, and the same for this upcoming agreement.
Okay, I must have been mistaken. Thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. A couple more questions regarding this. So I see a movie rate of 310. So they pay 310 to host a movie night, and they pay 10% of their gross revenue plus commission per ticket. Am I reading that correctly?
Through you, Chair Terziano, that's correct. So it's the recommended rate to go up to, as you indicated, Councillor Fitzgerald, is 310 per movie. And you're correct, at 10%, we would receive 10% of gross revenue. And that would include the 4 hours of tech and front of house services. Again, same as the previous agreement. So those would be our total fees and the return on that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other further questions? I have one question, and that is, I'm happy to see the festival back at the theater. Happy to help them out through this first year of getting restarted, but I do question, we have a commercial rate, a nonprofit rate, a community rate. How much more of a subsidy does this agreement provide than the already subsidized rate to all of our nonprofit and community users?
Through you, Chair Terziano, I think this one I might defer to either Director Babineau or possibly Riva on that percentage.
Through you, Mayor Terziano, I'm not sure if Julia can speak to this, or Riva. I'm not sure I know a percentage off the top of my head.
Sorry, can you just repeat the question about what the subsidy was? What number?
Yeah, I'm asking how much further subsidy does this agreement provide than our regular subsidy to nonprofits and community user groups?
Can we get back to you on that one, Mayor Terziano?
Can we defer the resolution?
Or if we can have a bit of time just to talk.
Crystal.
If you would like to table this report for now, we can move on and then we can come back to it and pull it off the table.
Okay, that's great. Can we just do that, or do I need a resolution for that?
If we could just get a mover and seconder.
Councillor Armour, Councillor Stone, move and second to table the resolution until we get some answers to those questions. All in favor? And that carries. I'm tabling it right in the center of the island. Okay, we are going to move on then to we're into operations and public services, protective services, and Councillor Thompson, if you're ready, Councillor Thompson had some questions on Monday night, and he wanted to get some more information for council, and he did that, and I told him that I'd give him the opportunity to update us on that when we got to this section.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and yes, and I appreciate the opportunity. I know there were some questions posed the other night and weren't necessarily properly answered, or the information wasn't all there. So I have put the Coles Notes version together here for you. And I think from this, there might be questions, and I am fully prepared, I think, to answer them. So I'm going to start with, and this won't take long, I promise. The sort of the initial impetus of all of this started in June of 2019, when the MECP directed the district to decommission or remove all of those unlicensed bin sites around the district by April of 2023. And there were a total of 88 sites in 2021. 19 were transitioned to alternative services. 27 more are planned for this year, and 42 more for 2023. In terms of the draft operation budget, there's an increase. We have, I think, in the report of 9.3, but I think Mayor Terziano will attest to that. I think that's increased to 9.7, but in the vicinity of about $1,179,692. So included in the extra costs, 12 service level changes costing $702,000, or about 5.5%, and inflation another increases primarily curbside and recycling, 478,000, about 3.8%. So the impact on the 2022 levy will be about $16 and about 7 cents. So going back to the new initiatives, and then we have a number of ongoing or enhanced services as being put forward by staff at the district. So as we talked about the other night, we are looking at reducing garbage bags from 3 to 2 in the spring of 2022, and a further reduction to 1 in 2023 when organics collection is available. And of course, that would also include unlimited blue box and recycling and organics collection. In November of 2022, the households with green bins would be reduced to 1 garbage bag. And I know there were some questions by Councillor Wiebe with regards to costs of advertising and promotion. See, the advertising cost on this, Councillor, would be $88,786. Starting in January, staff is putting together a waste pass system to be included at all transfer stations, staff depots, and lakeside waste collections to take effective in 2023, and that's to be phased in. The cost of that is $15,000 for printing, and the consultant's cost is around $60,500. The new initiative this year in 2022, I should say, Earth Day, which will be taking effect on April 22nd to Provincial Day of Action on Litter, which is the second Tuesday in May. Staff is recommending a spring cleanup program in conjunction with area municipalities. And this is looks like quite an ambitious project. Supplies to be provided as kits, and the kits would include garbage bags, tags for the no charge disposal, of course, transparent bags, which we talked about for recycling and so on and so forth, instructions for collections, gloves, and promotion, and education on this, and the advertising cost of that would be in the $15,000 range. Looking at expanding the processing operations at Rosewarne and Byers and Gravenhurst for composting. Both of those sites do have composting operations, and looking at expanding those. This would result in a cost increase of around $110,000. That's SWB and Fleet. Also looking at expanding labor to the remote bins and cleanups to earlier and later in the shoulder seasons. Cost of this would be SWB and Fleet of around $71,000. So you see now where the increasing costing is coming in here. And also continue the position of a patroller to monitor curbside collection and waste contracts, also to monitor operations, address residential complaints, and the cost of this is just a fleet of around just under $20,000. And the one area where Deputy Mayor Alcock was asking me to be for clarification, I think on the 2024, this had to do with the Honey Harbor. Staff is proposing that supervision of unstaffed depots in Georgian Bay be advanced over 3 years, starting in 2022, but ending in 2024. And the cost of advertising and contract services for that is just under $50,000. So that's sort of it. If there are any questions pertaining to that, I'd be more than happy to entertain them. Thank you.
Did that answer all of the council's questions from Monday night? Councillor Armour.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You mentioned the bins being removed at certain sites and by April 2023. Do you have a list of what sites are going first? And
I don't have that information for you, Councillor Armour. No, but what they're doing with these operations to enhance and make it easier for seasonal residents who in the past have been putting their garbage out, on Monday or Sunday night when they leave, type of thing. Now we're posting or positioning garbage trucks at these sites on strategic hours on the weekends, so that these people can drop off their garbage on their way home or on their way back to the city. So in terms of the sites themselves, I don't have a list of that. It's an ongoing process, Councillor Armour, and everything is fluid. I have total faith, though, in Director Mack. She's incredibly involved in all of this and really, really has a good handle on going forward. But there are certain areas where there's going to have to be some flexibility. And so to give you a definite answer on which sites, I can't do that for you at this point.
Just a follow up, I'm sure there'd be notifications going out to these residents in these areas.
Yeah, we mentioned that in the advertising and so on and so forth, and yeah, those are all covered off in the costs and so on and so forth.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
You're muted, Jason.
Are you talking?
Oh, I thought I hit it. I said, through you, your worship, to Councillor Thompson. Thank you for pointing that out. I was curious about the update on the Medill transfer station and date of completion. And I didn't quite hear that confirmed in your report, and whether there'll be more information going out to the public about that.
Yeah, good question. And I know, I think Director Hernan and I have talked about this at great length. I did ask Commissioner Hahn with regards to this. There are a couple of questions with regards to that. And as you know, the proposed new site would be changed from Stisted to Medill. And there are two different agreements, I guess. One had the district taking over 10 acres and the other had them taken over 10 hectares. So as you know, there's quite a difference between an acre and a hectare. So that has to be ironed out for one thing. But secondly, yes, this has been talked about. I think if Steve is handy with this, at least for the last 2 years, but Commissioner Hahn has assured me that this will be looked at going forward in 2022. Now, whether it'll be done in 2022, I can't tell you for sure, but at least going forward, we're looking at making progress on that in 2022.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Anything you want to add, Steve? Or
Just as Brian indicated, I know that the district is working on it. I know there was a little bit delay with COVID because their next process is some public meetings, and they were just trying to work through that. But I know it's still an active file, both on my desk and with the districts right now, and it's moving forward just very slowly. But it's all in the district's hands right now, and I think they're waiting to be able to hold public meetings and consultation as the next step.
And Your Worship, thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate the chance to further inform committee and council. Thank you.
well, thanks for that. Obviously, everybody was pretty interested in that piece of the meeting Monday night, so it's good to have that further information. Okay, we're going to move on to the report on the load restriction. So I have a resolution moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Armour. It's recommended that committee approve the draft bylaw amendment to bylaw 2020-83 as attached to report Ops 2021-39, and further that the draft bylaw be forwarded to council for approval. Kevin?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Good morning, committee. Further to Mr. Green delegate earlier today, Public Works would like to enter into a 2-year agreement with Mr. Green and Green's Haulage. The area in question is from Green's Pit up Jessup's Lane, North Wasiosa Lake Road to Highway 11. And this road is under load restrictions in the spring. And as he mentioned earlier, it does affect him supplying material to the construction season in the spring. Some conditions in this agreement that we've come with: at any time the town can revoke this agreement, securities for damage to be left by Mr. Green. Tim Green will be responsible for any damages in the area, no matter how they occur. The town will be monitoring the area. If any repairs are required, the town will oversee all the repairs. And this agreement would be in place for the 22-23 load restriction season. Mr. Green did supply us with his soil engineering report, which we were able to look over and help us make this decision. And there is no further agreement after this 2-year trial. It will be reviewed after the 2-year trial period. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, council? Kevin, I just have one, and you just said that after 2 years it would be evaluated. Tim mentioned that after 2 years it would become permanent, and I'm just wondering whether 2 years of road damage is long enough to determine whether it's good going forward or not.
That's why we've kind of left it at 2 year to see how it plays out, how it works, if there is any damage or anything, and then we'll make an assessment at that time.
So it wouldn't automatically become permanent.
We didn't put anything in the agreement to make it permanent.
Okay. Councillor Wisty.
Thank you, Worship. Kevin, you mentioned at any time the town can revoke this agreement. What would transpire that would make the town do that? I guess you would provide a reason, but if it's all already covered that damages will be fixed by Mr. Green, et cetera, you just want to have that in there just for, I don't understand why that's in there if it's just a 2-year agreement that's got all kinds of coverages on it.
Through you, Mayor, we've put that in there. If we do, we're going to be monitoring this location. If the damages start to occur, we want to be able to stop them before it becomes a major issue and the public can't use the road for some reason. So if we see signs of damage occurring, we want to be able to stop it at that time.
Councillor Weeb.
Thank you, Worship. I'm just wondering if we go ahead with this, and it sounds like everyone's leaning towards it, as am I. I'm just wondering if there's any consideration given to whether or not Mr. Green would start to allow other trucks to use the pit, in terms of if he's got an advantage and it's very attractive for other vehicles and other companies. What happens? I know his amount of traffic flow would decrease because he's got full loads, but what happens if we're suddenly seeing a really big spike in other vehicles coming and going? So who's to say, like, are the neighbors in the area, would they have a say in what they're seeing, or is that going to be part of the monitoring? And I guess that maybe speaks to what Councillor Withey just mentioned.
Kevin or Steve?
Through you, Mayor Terziano. Keep in mind, this is a load restriction. So presently, any truck can run that road during half load seasons, just with a reduced load. In regards to an advantage or disadvantage, every other pit that is working in our community is on an exemption road right now. So if anything, Mr. Green's pit could be looked at as a disadvantage because you can get to the other pits. So we're not court blanche giving him something. You're correct. Other trucks could run to his pit. Mr. Green is responsible for any damage done to the road, whether it's his truck or some other road. And we had that discussion with Mr. Green that if we lift a half load restriction on that road and somebody before his pit decides to build a house and does some damage on the road, he is still held liable for it because we've lifted it with an agreement with Mr. Green. And he's accepted that responsibility and liability for that. So I don't know if that really answers the question. We do have a securities in the agreement of $50,000 is what we'll be putting up. But there's another clause in the agreement too that says any additional cost he will also pay. So it's protecting the municipality in the event that there's damage. As he indicated, he feels that there'll be less traffic on the road because rather than run 2 half-loaded trucks, he'll be running one at a full load onto the provincial highway and off it goes.
Okay, anything further? I'll call the question then. All in favor? That carries. They have a resolution moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Thompson. It is recommended that committee approve the hiring of a traffic consultant at a cost not to exceed $35,000 to complete the necessary traffic counts and traffic study with a recommendation in regard to one-way streets, and further that the study be funded from the Public Works capital budget. Kevin.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff were asked to look into one-way streets for Caroline and High and Princess. We reached out to a consultant to get some preliminary pricing. Caroline came in an estimated 15,000. High and Princess area came in an estimated 20,000. Some issues that we see contributing to this with Main Street construction going on, traffic counts in the area anyway wouldn't be able to go until after that. With traffic counts, the machines have to stay out for a week to get a total traffic count, just so everybody's familiar with it. They're out 24/7 and they stay out for a week. So you get the whole week, people working, people shopping, after hours, and on weekends, people's travel. There is some liability in this area, especially around the school. There's probably going to be some issues with the district wanting to see part of this report too, with it relating to Brunel Road. So that's why staff is recommending at this time that it goes out to a consultant. They can start on their intersection field incentives and then get into the traffic counts. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Councillor Wiebe.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Kevin and staff, for bringing this forward. I know there's a couple of us that have been harping on this for a while, so it's great to see this taking a step forward. Two things. One is Minerva Street included in that throughway? Because I didn't hear that street name, but I'm assuming that would be sort of what High Street would blend into. And the second question I have, and you sort of answered it at the end there, which was, could we not, I'm inclined to rather than to study what we have, I'm more inclined to say, let's just do it and then study how it goes. But I hear what you're saying with the district wanting information, et cetera. I don't know, I guess, well, that's really just a comment. The first question still stands. Is Minerva part of this?
Kevin?
To you, Mayor, yes, Minerva is in the area to be studied and looked at, and the consultant would bring a report back with his recommendations, with their recommendations.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship. I was kind of surprised at the cost of this. I am interested in Councillor Wiebe's comment. It just seems expensive to try to figure this out. Yeah, I just don't know that it's worth it for what we're trying to do. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know if anyone else was sort of taken back by the cost.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually wasn't going to say anything, but given the last comments, I concur. I had the same reaction. I often think of doing street counts, it's a great job for a summer student. So you often see students out there doing that, and maybe this is way more complicated, and I don't get that. But I was struck by the same issue. So I don't know what the answer is on that. And is that, maybe my question might be to Kevin, is that something a summer student can do, or is that just way above their ability?
Through you, Mayor, it's more involved than just doing traffic counts. We have machines that can do traffic counts, but when it comes to looking at the traffic flow and the traffic patterns and everything, especially when you're dealing with a school, presuming you're going to be one way coming off Center Street down Caroline. Is it all the way? Do you have to make Susan one way now? Do you have to make Lawrence South one way now to accommodate that? There's a lot of details that are going to be involved in this. Now you're back to looking at Main and Lawrence Street and how the traffic's going to flow there and how that's going to change the traffic patterns. So it's not just a do traffic counts. Yeah, the street can take 100 cars a day. How's it going to affect, we're back to Main Street, like I said, and then when we get into High and Princess, we're into Brunel. Yeah, we can do the traffic counts and everything, but it's doing the real field research to see which way the volume is going to go, which way the traffic's going to go. Are people going to see it? Is High going to be one way off Brunel, or is Princess going to be coming in off Brunel? One's got to be reversed. there's a lot more areas. How's it going to back up to West Street? How's it going to head to Main Street from there?
Councillor Fitzgerald?
Thank you, Worship. I guess I was a little surprised at the cost, but I guess further to Councillor Weave's comments, when he says a couple of us, I know he and I have been questioning this and driving factors to get this done. And I think that if this is something that we're going to entertain, we have to do it as thoroughly and as expansive as possible to ensure that we're going to improve the situation. I think the idea is to create better traffic flows, and parking spaces was the initial motivation behind the comments and the potential study of. So our situation with traffic flow and parking is not going to change. So I think it's something that we probably should endeavor to do, even with the costs associated with it. So I would support this.
Councillor Stone.
Thanks. I think it is too expensive, and I personally am not a fan of one-way streets. I think it's quite confusing to visitors. So I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Armour.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Just more of a comment. I think for the credibility of the study, it needs to be done by professionals. And as Jason or Councillor Fitzgerald mentioned, that the fact it had to do with one-way streets and increasing parking, I believe, on High Street was originally some of the comments made. So I think if we're going to look at doing that, then we need to have this type of report come in. Nothing saying we have to implement it, but I think we need to get it down on paper for sure, and it should be done by professionals. So I'll be supporting it.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, and I will support it as well. I guess my biggest concern here, and where I would really like a professional opinion on, would be sight lines, because anything coming off of High Street onto Brunel, or Princess onto Brunel, or River Street onto Brunel, and so on and so forth. I mean, those sight lines are I think iffy at the very, very best of times. So I'd like to have a professional opinion on that. And the whole idea of one-way street on Caroline does concern me a lot with regards to the school there as well. So I'd really like to get the professional opinion. And if you look at the resolution, the cost is up to 35,000. It's in two parts, 15 and 20. And so, yeah, so I think that's reasonable going forward.
I think probably, I know this has been on the books for a while, and I think initially we started talking about it to increase parking. And also it was something that we were planning to do before Streetscape happened, because it was going to be a detour route as well. It was to address the safety at the corner of High and Brunel. For me, my concern right now, it's not the cost. I believe in doing it professionally as well. But my concern right now is whether 2022 is the year to do it. We don't know exactly when our traffic flow will return to normal with the completion of Streetscape. And I don't know whether this study should be done in the summer when we have the highest traffic. However, at that time, school buses aren't running, which would impact the other area. And the other thing is, before we would spend any kind of money down at the Caroline Street area, I think we need to find out from the school board whether they would be agreeable to changing any busing routes, because it seems that the school board is never agreeable to changing anything with buses, including a bus being 2 minutes later to get somewhere. So I'm actually going to suggest that maybe, as much as we might be in favor of doing this, that we need to approach the school board first, and then maybe look at 2023 as the better year to do this work. That's just where I'd be standing right now. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. Fantastic point that I hadn't considered. tend to agree with you that streetscape may skew the study, and pandemic may skew the study. So as much as I do want to proceed with this, they're just, the points you made are so valid that I believe we should probably put it off. As far as the school board goes, even, I don't think they'd offer any flexibility either way. So, but I definitely agree with your points, and they're well taken. So I would be willing to put this off till a future date.
Councillor Weeb?
Thank you, Your Worship. I tend to agree, actually. I don't know. I don't know if it's the right year. I also don't know that blending the Caroline idea with the outside of the Main Street ideas, I don't know if they're synergistic at all. You know, they may be, they may not be. So I think we might want to keep this on the back burner and bring it back out once traffic is a little more normal. But I hope next council doesn't let it go, because I think as we know, pre-COVID, the traffic's brutal. Anything we do there is going to be an improvement, and the safety onto Brunel and off Brunel is a paramount concern. So I don't know if there's any signage now that we can put in, but I just think it's really important that we keep this. We keep our eye on it, because we've had accidents there, fatalities there, and it's just we can't forget that what we've got is actually kind of a bad situation that does need addressing. So I'll leave it at that, but I will support your idea of just hanging off for a bit.
I wonder, maybe Crystal, you could tell us, could we, if we had an amendment to this motion to have it put into the 2023 budget for consideration so that we sort of don't lose sight of it? Could we do something like that, or?
We certainly could. My recommendation would be to postpone the matter and give it a reason why. But we can also add in that it be considered in the 2023 budget.
Steve, I know you won't be around then, but Kevin, how would you like us to deal with it? The council definitely doesn't want to lose sight of it, but there might be enough support to suggest 23 be the better year to do it.
If I could jump in, Mayor Terziano, in our capital budget, we carry a consulting line. I think if there was a motion from council, and I'm going to rely on the clerks here, that we'd staff be directed to add this back into the 23 capital budget for consideration, and would bring it back up in 23, and it would put it back on the table at that time for discussion.
What do you think, Crystal? What do you got for us?
Just pull it up here. Give me one moment.
Okay, so we have a motion to postpone and be considered in capital. Do we have a mover and seconder first? Councillor Thompson to move, Councillor Fitzgerald to second. It is recommended that report Ops 2021-40 one-way streets be postponed until such time as more normalized traffic has returned, and further the cost be considered in the draft 2023 capital budget for discussion. Questions, comments on the amendment? All in favor? Oh, Julia, hang on. I didn't call it yet. Julia?
It's just one minor change. It would actually be part of the operating budget. So if we can just put as part of the budget discussion, just take out the capital part.
Okay, consider that done. All in favor of the amendment? And that carries. So then the main motion as amended. Do we do that, Crystal?
No, I did this as a postponement, so
Oh, okay.
the matter will come back then.
Okay, perfect. So we're done with it. Okay, thank you. Follow up to transit service presentation for information, Steve.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. We were sent away after the last presentation to answer 3 questions. We provided those answers to you. The first one was an on-demand system. As you can see, it's a little more complicated to come up with an exact figure on the cost on that until we determine some service levels and parameters, basically what service area we would be servicing. We did look into it, and speaking with Innisfil, that has a very successful Uber system. It was so successful that they had to get out of the Uber, and they're now into a full transit bus system because the service demand exploded for that and the cost went expeditious. The expanded route itself was the second question, to include the new residential up off of Muskoka Road 3 in Highview. In speaking with the contractor, this could be incorporated into the existing route with minor impacts to the route at no additional cost. Right now, the bus goes up there and basically turns around by Spruce Glen School, so we just be sending it a different route. And that could be incorporated at no additional cost to the existing service. And the third question we were asked to analyze was, what if we expand the modified or specialized service to matching hours, which means that we put the modified bus basically working the Saturday route is the key one, with extended hours during the week, and we've put a pricing to that as well, approximately $37,000. Just a note on any of these choices that you pick or choose or want staff to go down, these are based on current contract pricing. Our contract is slated for to go back out for tender. It's overdue on that regards. It should have gone out last year. We were sort of waiting for some direction on transit. So any of these pricing we're quoting you, I just put the caveat out there that that'll be subject to 2023 pricing once we go back out for a service provider again. So happy to answer any questions. I know there's lots of different options with this and lots of consideration, and I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Armour. Take your mute off.
There we go again. Eh? It should just happen as soon as you speak, actually. We had quite an extensive conversation with this yesterday at the AAC meeting. And, the committee members had wanted to leave it in the plan itself. So we thought maybe one of the options was that if we were to have a special meeting in the new year, actually talk about transit and come up with our wants or our needs or our top 5 items. So we're just wondering if we could put this on hold for the time being and postpone it, so the accessibility committee has the opportunity to review it and make comments back to council regarding the priority list for transit.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Armour. I think that's a great suggestion. And if that's a desire of the committee, I would certainly support that.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship, and great idea, Councillor Armour. I've heard a lot from major employers in the area about our transit system and their needs. And I think we should make that a consideration moving forward. And how do we accommodate all these people who are here, have very limited choices of where they can live and have very limited choices of how they can get to work. So I think that's something that needs to be factored into this new plan of our transit update.
You see Crystal for a second. Crystal?
Thank you, Chair Terziano. Just based on the comments from Councillor Armour, I have prepared a motion to postpone this matter should committee wish to obtain the comments from Accessibility Advisory Committee first.
Okay, we'll come back to that in just a second. One of the questions I have, Steve, is you highlight in B that expansion of our current transit system to include that the new buildings at Highview and Highway 60, and to be done at no cost. Is that something that even without a resolution we would do once those buildings are completed and occupied?
I think we would need a resolution of council just directing us to do that. It could be done at no charge. It could be done at any time, but I think we'd need a resolution of council because we are changing the route at the tail end.
Okay. And the second question, Councillor Fitzgerald brought up the business community. Did you ever end up meeting with MBRP about transit?
No, MBRP and I played phone tag for several months and we were just never able to come together to have the full discussion on that.
Okay. It might be something that we explore in the new year too, talking to some of the larger employers to see what the challenges are and if there's something we can incorporate that will help with that. Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I had a meeting with Ginger at MBRP with regards to her concerns with regards to that. And then I liaised with Campbell's, and the last I heard from them was that they would just deal with that one-on-one directly. So that was the last I'd heard about it. So where it's come from that, I don't know.
Okay. Councillor Fitzgerald?
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, I know it's sometimes difficult to get groups together and have these discussions, but I've heard from certainly more than just one employer. So I guess maybe we have to make these employers, some of them, aware that we are under review and possibly making changes so they can have some input. So I guess it's more about communication and letting people know that we are, it's under consideration for changes and increase in level of service possibly, and do they have any input? So that's it.
Councillor Armour, do you want to move to postpone and send this back to accessibility?
Yes, I'd like to move that.
It looks like Councillor Schumacher seconding that. Crystal, if you share that with us. So moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. It is recommended that Report Ops 2021-41 follow-up to the transit service presentation be postponed to allow time for the Accessibility Advisory Committee to review and provide comment regarding service prioritization. Questions? All in favor? That carries. And I think maybe at the same time, we'll reach out to some of our employers and see if we can do a sit down and get this all done at the same time. Councillor Fitzgerald?
Thanks for that. I guess I'd feel reassured if we actually appointed someone to do that and it didn't get lost in the shuffle.
Okay, Crystal, I think we need another resolution. Councillor Thompson?
Yep, thank you. Through you to Councillor Fitzgerald. Jason, are you thinking of a council member or staff member or either or?
I didn't really have a thought in it. It can be either or both. I think it's something we need to take very seriously. The situation is not going to improve, and I think that the way some of the companies are going in the area, there'll be possible expansion and some potentially new employers coming to town with similar needs. So maybe it should be a representative there of both. If we appoint a staff member with the turnover of council, because it may be a long process, then council could be involved as required.
Steve, I saw your hand up first.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. Just a quick note, when the original study was done, when Wally Beck was in and did his study, there was extensive consultation with the employers of the day in the area. And that led to the whole discussion of the expanded route to the Deerhurst Hidden Valley area, and led to the discussions of the expanded route up to the Novar area. So maybe what we also need to do is recirculate that transit study report if you want to hold more public meetings or discussions on it. But a lot of this at the time was discussed with employers of the day. I know it's 2 or 3 years old, but that was considered, and that was taken into the report with some recommendations. And that was, expanding the routes out to the Hidden Valley. I know that area was Deerhurst Hidden Valley was quite interested in the bus. And they were telling that our consultant at that time that a lot of their riders or employees were coming out of the north, and that's why there was consideration in that original report to extend the bus route to Novar. But just for information, Mayor Terziano, happy to do whatever you like, and more than willing to set a meeting up for everybody the first part of February.
I think I know we concentrated a lot on the Deerhurst route in that last round of public meetings. But I think, and that became a second bus. I still think that there might be a way by extending our transit route to an earlier hour or even a later hour without a second bus can maybe accommodate some of these people. I think we should revisit it. I mean, you're right, we should revisit the study that we did, but we probably should see if there are even small things that we could do. The CAO has her hand up. She's going to tell us how we're going to set up a group to address this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think this sounds like a perfect project for our new Economic Development Officer to work with Director Hernan or his replacement because it has been a while since the work's been done, and there was extensive public consultation, but things 2 years ago aren't the same as they are today. So I don't think there's really any need for committee at a staff level to appoint someone to work on the project. I think that's something that I can work with my team on to make sure that this doesn't get dropped. And if there's any desire for a member of council to sit in that working group, but that's certainly something that could be considered. But we hear loud and clear what you're looking for, and I'd be happy to make sure that the staff work with the businesses to find out what their needs are.
Okay, so we don't need a resolution.
I don't feel I need a resolution, Madam Chair.
Okay. And with that, Council, it's 12:07. And Councillor Stone.
I'm just curious who the Economic Development Officer is.
Through you, Madam Chair, interviews were conducted on Monday, and we are not yet in a position to announce that. But Councillor Stone, I assure you will be one of the first to hear.
Thank you.
Okay, I think, Council, we're going to take a lunch break because we still have a little bit more information, and we said we would do that. So it's 12:07. So is 30 minutes enough for everyone? We'll reconvene at 12:40. Thank you. Okay, how many we got back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We better wait for a couple more. I'm guessing Councillor Schumacher won't be back. She had a 1 o'clock commitment, so I won't wait for her, but Councillor Armour's on this next resolution, so I better wait for him. Did everybody get nourishment? There he is. Okay, here we go. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Armour. It's recommended that staff be directed to enter into a new lease agreement with the owner of 8 West Street for the use of washroom facilities. And further, that additional large signage be placed on the building indicating public washrooms, which will be easily visible from Rivermill Park. And further, the cost is outlined in report Ops 2021-42 be included in the 2022 draft operating budget. And further, the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign any necessary documentation. Councillor Thompson, would this be something you had a conflict of interest? This is the lease agreement with Coldwell Banker.
Actually, that's a very good point. I didn't see that on the agenda, so at this point, I guess I will declare a conflict, and I guess, Crystal, you can send me the paperwork. Thanks. All this back out.
Yeah, I do believe you did mention it at the last meeting, but that's why I was reminded of that. Who's doing this one, Steve?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Terziano. So I was directed to bring back some information on the Rivermill washroom building, if you will, and I know we had a discussion earlier today with Donna Hines with her waterfront study as well on this, but the bottom line is how do we get to where we were back in 2017 when staff reviewed the whole concept of a washroom building in Rivermill Park. We were directed to go out for an RFP to get some builders to look at the project. We received no bid submissions. It was based on an RFP, and through further discussions with the building community that were interested in the project, they said that without some detailed designs, it was just tough to bid on it, and that's why they walked away from the project. We brought a report back to council and said we had 2 choices at that time, several choices, but well, you know, if we wanted to continue with our own washroom building, we need to engage the services of an architect engineer to figure out what we wanted and where to come up with some design plans. And at that time, we also looked at the option of leasing the space we're in now. So we signed a 5-year lease. That lease is up in this June. I have had discussions with the building owner. They are prepared to enter back into a lease agreement if the town would like to have them discussions. And so we're here for that whole purpose, if you will, is to sort of get some direction where you want to go. A couple things to consider. I mean, we could put a portable washroom in. I know it was a discussion before and there was no appetite from council to do anything like that. They wanted a washroom building down there. If council wanted a washroom building down there, we certainly could proceed in that manner. But I still think if you wanted washrooms for next summer, we'd still have to look at a lease of a washroom facility. We just don't have enough time left to get a building design tendered and built prior to the summer season. So happy to answer any questions, and that's why you've got the option before you that speaks about a lease. That I think is your immediate solution, if you will. But I also recognize that our waterfront design, even though we don't have a final document, we certainly heard this morning where our consultant's consideration is. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I will start with Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess before, when you were looking at building another one, you didn't have any plans at all. You just said, hey, you want to build a washroom? I'm curious about that. But what is the term of this new deal?
So we went up with an RFP that gave a description of what council was looking for at the day. I can't remember the number of stalls and it was, to mix with the landscape. So we didn't just say, hey, we want a washroom. We did put some parameters around it. The biggest issue down in that park is servicing. If you want to do a gravity flow service for your sewage, you have to be building up by West Street, which is basically between the road and the playground. Watering is also an issue in there, but with new technology, with underground boring, they could all be resolved. So you could put the washroom building wherever you want, but somebody would have to do some design work to figure out how it would work. And asking builders to bid, they're looking for some form of what you want so we can compare apples to apples. As for the term of the lease moving forward, we've had initial discussions because we've had no direction to enter into formal lease agreements or discussions with the building owner. They indicated that they had no immediate plans for the washroom and they would entertain any term that we wanted to look at this point in time.
So I guess I would keep the term as I would get some, because we're going through all this stuff with the waterfront stuff. I would keep the term short, and I would sort of start thinking about design of what we want, because I don't know that's a good permanent solution for us where it is now. And the other quick question I had, if I may, do we have any issues, or has there been any issues with vandalism or anything in that building?
I don't know, Director Babylon would like to speak to this. Simone, I know there's been extensive issues with vandalism, and I know we've had extensive vandalism issues throughout the Main Street construction and through Rivermill Park, and it's an ongoing battle wherever we are.
Thank you, Steve, and through you, Mayor Terziano. I have had a number of reports about vandalism. We've had some extreme and increasing vandalism at those downtown bathrooms. We've certainly tried to keep them open longer and 7 days a week. We are running into some challenges with that. And at this point in time, we are tracking all of our vandalism. It is significant, it is increasing, and we're happy to take care of it, but we did have to have the bathrooms closed last week while we did some repairs. So what we've been doing as an option is having the Club 55 washrooms open. So at least while the other ones are closed, we have an option for our downtown folks.
Yeah, quick follow-up, if I may.
Sure.
I can tell, I went in there to use the facilities a couple of weeks ago, and there's teenage kids in there all the time, and they're hanging out in the hallway. They're using the plug in there to charge their phones or computers or whatever. And it's certainly not an inviting place to go into because of the kids hanging around. So I'm not surprised to hear that there's this vandalism. Have we considered a camera or some sort of security, sort of something for the hallway in there or whatever, for that kind of thing that might help deter some of this?
Through you, Madam Chair, if I may respond to that. So we have been in touch with the OPP, with Staff Sergeant Graham, and he has given us a process that we should follow with respect to ongoing and reoccurring vandalism. And we're working with their unit. And if it continues to be an issue, then the OPP will actually install a camera for us. So we are currently working with them at this time.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. And maybe if just quickly to follow up on that last discussion, certainly there's been a lot of vandalism around the community garden. And my understanding, we put up lights around there now. And I know it doesn't seem to rate as much as maybe the washrooms, but it's been serious vandalism around there. So maybe at some point it would be worth looking at what the security camera would look like in the entire area. I don't know, but I think that's not a bad idea. But to the motion before us, I think absolutely we should enter into a lease with Coldwell Banker, because at the moment those are our washrooms that are closest to the park. But I also, coming out of the meeting we had this morning around a waterfront plan, one of the reasons why I wanted to find out what Donna's opinion was, I do find it interesting that she thinks washrooms in River Mill Park would be a high priority over other areas. So I think we have a lot of discussions to have around what those washrooms look like, where they might be located, if we do decide to put them there at all. And that's going to take time, as we all know. So I do agree with Councillor Withey that if maybe we have some flexibility in our lease agreement as to how long it is, or the tenure of that agreement, then I think that would be wise as well. But that's my thought. I certainly support entering another lease with them.
Councillor Stone.
Much like Deputy Mayor Alcock, given what we heard earlier today, and we know that we'd love some permanent washrooms in River Mill Park. There's no doubt. We knew that before the consultant even told us. What they look like and where they're going to be, we need that real information. I would suggest there be another motion to have someone do the investigation so that we'll have some real information, get some real prices, and put out a real tender for the potential washrooms. So as far as what's on the table right now, yes, a short-term lease for the existing washrooms, and I especially like the very large sign on the building. I've been screaming for this for a long time. Visitors to the park don't know where the washrooms are.
Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Worship. I concur. I think we should follow up and re-sign a lease. I think it'll be at least a couple of years before we really get it figured out. So I think it's a good move. I don't know if it's possible. The second part of this discussion seems to be about vandalism and what to do. And I don't know if it's feasible to look into having a pay washroom. Or if that should be part of our future. I know a lot of the tourist spots, most of Europe has it that way. You could have credits for moms that have tots in town that they would get free use of it. But I think it might be a pretty simple way of keeping the loitering at a minimum. So I'm not sure if that can be applied in this and be part of an option for this lease, or if we should keep that maybe in mind for future washrooms.
I think I was never in favor of this lease 5 years ago. I thought we should have had our own permanent washroom. It's been a thorn in my side that we've had a lease for 5 years and haven't been able to erect signage to direct people from the park where the washrooms are. So I don't have a lot of faith in erecting something this year because we couldn't do it for 5. It's going to be an interesting conversation about washrooms. Down at the trail, we have porta potties at the Center Street entrance. We have porta potties at Orchard Park, and we have porta potties at Avery Beach. Even to replace those porta potties with a permanent washroom down there, where's it going to be? At Avery Beach, and then nothing the rest of the trail? I think we need to have a full discussion on what kind of washroom facilities we're going to provide at our parks. And I would not be in favor of entering into anything more than at least to the end of 2022. On this building to give us the time to figure it out. But the rate's going to go up. We still open and close them. We still clean them. It's an expensive option. We've pretty much blown through about $80,000 in 5 years on this lease. So I think that we need to have a serious discussion, and I wouldn't enter into anything any more than the year 2022. So this doesn't have anything on it about term. So I don't know. CAO?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, we would have to have a resolution to amend the motion to state the term And I also believe I heard that there was some desire for staff to proceed with obtaining consultants' reports on proposed structures. So we would have to get members of committee to move those 2 changes. And I would defer to the clerks to guide us in that direction.
Hello again, Crystal.
No, through you. Just a couple of questions then. The term of the lease, I'm just trying to fit in some wording. So does the lease we have now go through to the end of this year, and can we make it for 2022 only? And my second question then is, are you directing staff to go with a consultant? So then if that's the case, then I'm just wondering where that funding is coming from and the amount.
I think this current lease goes till June of 22, but I'm not sure we even specify a term. I think we have staff go back and negotiate a lease knowing that we don't want a long-term one, and then come back to what they can come up with, because it might make more financial sense to add a full year on versus 6 months, or we need to find that out. So as far as the consultant goes, I mean, I believe it should be bigger than just what we're doing at Rivermill. I think it should be what we're also doing at Avery or the trail. Councillor Stone?
So I totally agree. And maybe it would be more attractive to a contractor to actually do potentially 3 washrooms for us. Avery Beach, Lookout Field, and Rivermill Park would be the ideal to have those 3 done. I don't know if there's a model that can be used for a small functional washroom, provided we get services to it, of course. But anyways, so I would definitely like a consultant to move forward. I would move that.
Councillor Wiebe?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's going to be problematic. I think we're going to find that we're trying to put washrooms in places where services are limited or going in the wrong direction. So pumping uphill, trying to get pipes up to Lookout Field. I think we're in for just a quagmire. The original reason I raised my hand is I'm wondering from staff's perspective, what has it been like with the porta potties that are out there now? Is it a total disaster? Are they well used? Are they being respected? How's that going? Is it worth maybe keeping that going? So,
Colleen?
Through you, Mayor Terziano, the outhouses, the porta potties that we have out there are very well used. There doesn't tend to be a lot of vandalism or damage. So I think for the need that has been in the past, it works okay in a lot of locations. In some locations where there's high volume of use, maybe something more permanent is called for, but in a lot of our remote locations, I think the porta potties work very well.
Deputy Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess my feeling is I feel a bit like we're putting the cart before the horse. I'm not sure if we went out with and asked a consultant. I don't know what we're asking the consultant to do at this point. I think we need to have those intermediate discussions. And for example, yes, we'd all like a washroom at Rivermill Park, but we don't really know what it looks like. And as Steve has already raised, there are issues about location and servicing and all of that stuff. To me, I think part of providing clarity on this will be part of our waterfront discussions, because what council decides to do with those important points of interest, as were highlighted by Donna this morning. Let's say we decide to do something at Avery Beach that really makes it far more robust from an activity perspective than it is now. Then it might seem that would be a logical place to consider. That might be a place where we'd want a washroom, right? So I think that we could have some of those comprehensive discussions about washroom need as we work through the waterfront recommendations. Because if we go out with a, let's say, consultant now and say, well, we'd like you to consider looking at potential of putting in washrooms here or there, I think, one, we don't have any idea of what the costs are. So I'm not even sure we know what our needs are. To what Colleen just said, where some of the porta potties are being well utilized and seem to be working. And maybe on a temporary basis, that's okay as we determine what our needs are overall for the placement of washrooms on our waterfront trail. So I guess I'll go back to it. I think we need to enter into this lease. That's the best thing we have right now. And I do agree with you, absolutely, Your Worship, that we let staff figure out how it can be the most flexible and what works best for us as we work through those larger issues. And the washroom issue will be one of the priority issues as part of our waterfront discussion. So that's why, before we go to a separate consultant on that issue, that would be my preference, that it forms part of those other discussions.
I think further to Councillor Weeb's comments, we had washrooms up at Lions Lookout Field. I'm assuming they would only have been seasonal. They were there when it was a well-used athletic field and they served the area. Not sure that they can operate in the winter, but my guess is we're going to have to figure out what we're doing for washrooms up there this winter if we're building a skating rink. So I'm also guessing that we probably don't have any alternative other than porta potties up there. And I'm not sure that a porta potty right in the park near the playground doesn't make more sense than another lease either. If they're not vandalized and they don't have open and closing times and the public uses them, I'm not sure why they're off the table. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Worship. I tend to agree with you. I think we had this notion that we didn't want the town represented by porta potties in River Mill Park. And in hindsight, we have them in so many other locations and they provide a service. And I think people look past the fact that we have plastic porta potties there and they serve the community's needs and visitors' needs. So I tend to agree with you in that respect. And they're fully operational in the winter. And there's no reserve required for them. So, you know, I think it's great that we have consideration in the waterfront plan that we're going to do this, but you know, you alluded to how much capital can we afford earlier in our meeting, and I think that's a big consideration. And I hear it more and more from constituents related to some recent decisions. And you know, at what point do we say we've got enough capital, we have enough reserve allotment that we can't do anymore? So, you know, are the porta potties still on the table? I think maybe they are.
I'm wondering if we should table this until next month. We've got 6-7 months on our lease still. Councillor Weeb.
Thank you, Worship. So one quick point, we're taking, or we're assuming that Coldwell is amenable to any type of lease that we're going to put forward, or do we know for sure if, I don't know, if they're going to sell that building or who knows, right? Like, we can't take for granted that that will be there for us to kind of hardball the negotiations for a lease. I'm having deja vu from, I don't know, 5 years ago with the porta potty discussion. We could just, I don't know if we have that on camera, but we could rewatch it, and all the points about, do we make them look nice? Do we try and hide them? Do we, right? So we've been through this, and in the end we decided, no, it's just not, they're not suitable enough for that area. I always thought that we could do it, but and 80 grand later, I think that we probably should look at it again. So.
Interesting enough, there's an awful lot of kids that play in the playground that point to the storage sheds as the washroom. They want to go to them. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Well, I was just about to lower my hand. Councillor, we've addressed what I was going to say.
Is there a will, council, do you think that we should come back with this next month with what other options we might have for all of our areas? I mean, we didn't know that the waterfront plan was going to raise washrooms in our other areas today, and maybe we're just trying to make a decision in one area. We have time. Councillor Stone?
If so, I'd just like to know what we're expecting to achieve in the next month. There's no question we want washrooms, permanent washrooms in River Mill Park. I'm still happy to go forward with a motion to have a consultant look at that and tell us what that would look like and what it would cost. As far as the rest of it, the waterfront strategy, I do agree with Deputy Mayor Alcock that, yeah, for Avery, perhaps we wait. Lions Lookout, if we had them there, it's probably, and we now have water up there, it's probably not a big stretch to actually throw something up. But I don't know that. So that question needs to be answered in the future. But as far as River Mill Park goes, I'd still like to have a consultant take a look at that now or next month.
Okay, Councillor Armour?
I tried to settle the conversation over washrooms again because we seem to go on and on and on with these things. But I think what we need to do is, regardless, we need to sign this lease and extend it at least 1 year, I think, because even if we get a consultant and by the time they go through an RFP process and someone gets a shovel in the ground, it's going to be probably a year from now anyhow, if not longer. So I think that's the number one issue. And I think the second issue is the consultant and the waterfront design, et cetera. I think that all incorporates into one, and washroom location, et cetera. I think we should wait for that report to come through. Just my thought.
Steve?
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. If I could maybe just suggest a couple things before we sign a lease. If staff had permission to go and negotiate, I've heard the terms you're looking for. We could certainly bring that back for your consideration at the next meeting. And we could also speak to our engineering staff on retainers and ask them what sort of pricing we'd be looking at to come in and do a design. And maybe we can just provide you with some more information so you can make further decisions next month. Certainly not entering into a lease, but first thing we have to do is negotiate. And I hear you're looking for short term or at least a good exit clause for the municipality. And just a thought, maybe we brought that back next month, maybe you'd have some more dollars to put to it to consider.
Okay, Crystal, I think Dan was trying to move that. Steve put it best. And if you can draft an amendment to probably get rid of the last clause in this one, and the negotiation of a new lease is already there, and I guess they do some engineering.
Can I ask for some further clarification? So I have a motion prepared to postpone the whole matter to next month, but you're wanting to enter into a lease now and then have a discussion at the next meeting.
Well, they're just going to negotiate it, so we wouldn't be entering into it. We'd be seeing what our options were for the next meeting. So I think the part that they can negotiate a new lease is fine. Madam CAO?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think the wording that we need to adjust, Deputy Clerk, is that right now it currently says staff be directed to enter into a lease. So we need to change that to staff be directed to negotiate a new lease agreement with the owner of 8 West Street. I think that will satisfy giving direction to staff to at least have the conversation. We would want to remove the signage because I don't think we're at that point, because staff will have to report back. And of course, Mayor and Clerk won't have to sign anything at this time. So Director Hernan, unless you think you require something different than just giving you direction to negotiate the lease. And I guess I would ask committee if there's certain direction that they want to provide for Director Hernan to report back on. So he can try to negotiate the new lease and then bring that back, or are you looking for further information from Director Hernan?
I think Steve was also suggesting that he would get Brandon to put together some information as far as constructing a permanent building down there. What we would need to do to.
So perhaps if I
pursue
may,
that.
and further that, investigate the potential of building a permanent structure in that area, something to that. As long as committee and Director Hernan understand that they're on the same page, then that should work.
I think so.
Close, Crystal? Yeah.
Could I request a 2-minute recess to make sure that I have this wording correct prior to passing it, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
2-minute recess.
Madam Chair, when committee is ready, the clerk's department they have a resolution prepared.
Okay, if they're ready, we're ready. If Crystal can share her screen with that.
I have a red line version.
Okay, that's great. So we have moved by Councillor Stone, second by Councillor Armour, is recommended that staff be directed to negotiate a new lease agreement with the owner of 8 West Street for the use of washroom facilities. And further, that staff be directed to report back to committee regarding the potential of constructing a permanent washroom facility in Rivermill Park. And then everything else is struck out. Questions? Comments? Is that addressing what the mover and seconder are comfortable with? Councillor Fitzgerald?
Thank you, Worship. I remember when we had this discussion originally when the band shell was going in, and there was some discussion about realignment of playgrounds and parking areas, so things were more fluent there. depending on pumping and where the facility can actually go, if in fact we do decide to do that, I think maybe there should be more things taken into consideration there with our waterfront plan and the new layout of Rivermill Park about the layout of the playground and the parking area as well. So it doesn't have to be part of this motion, but just for consideration. Thanks.
I appreciate the comment, and I'm glad you're not going to muddy the motion up with it. All in favor? And that carries. Crystal, do we have an amended motion then now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Armour, is recommended that staff be directed to negotiate a new lease with the owner of 8 West Streets for the use of washroom facilities, and further that staff be directed to report back to committee regarding the potential for constructing a permanent washroom facility in Rivermill Park. Comments? All in favor? And that carries. Okay, we are moving on to bylaws. Andrew, you've been patient if you've been here all morning. You have information update on bylaw enforcement statistics.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So this is an annual report that I bring every year that involves the initiatives and activities for the bylaw department. In the report, you'll see a review of bylaws and what's been done and what still has to be done, collected fines for enforcement by the department, and a lot of charts related to enforcement from calls for service and charges laid. The report also includes the effects of COVID-19 on the department, and we have received complaints, and with the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit, we have actually gone and done investigations for some businesses around town. Quite a lot of information. If anyone has any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Questions, Council? Councillor Stone.
Sorry, I'm talking a lot today. So can you expand a little bit for me on the effect of short-term rentals and all the extra work you have to do on that? And then I'd like to say something else. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. So the effects of the short-term rentals has taken up, I would say, a considerable amount of time from receiving a complaint to investigating the complaint, contacting the owners of the short-term rental, issuing letters, notices, and even fines. Actually, it's an administrative penalty. It's a little different process, but we're finding that it works well, getting their attention, even getting short-term rentals who are not licensed to be licensed. But as far as that, the summer months are definitely more calls and more busier with short-term rental related items, and it does take up a considerable amount of time.
So just as a follow-up, I believe that we potentially could spend some of our portion of the MAT revenue for enforcement, which would help in the bylaw area. I would also like to understand what activities and hours and costs would be involved with having a more proactive approach from our bylaw. We hear many complaints about not being proactive enough. So one may be able to help the other in this case. I don't know if you can speak to that, Andrew.
Through you, Your Worship, I'll try. I think the direction you're heading to do with enforcement could be explained in my next report, but it could involve more staff and working later into evening hours where a lot of complaints do come from. But that's a whole nother issue, and of course costs associated with that would have to be considered as well.
Kirsten, do you want to add something to that?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to add that I think that this past year specifically, the majority of the short-term rental complaints that were received through bylaw were in regards to whether or not the short-term rental was licensed. So it wasn't complaints about the behavior of the people necessarily. It was more COVID related. Are they allowed to operate? And then it was, are they licensed and should they be operating? So I think that aspect of the whole short-term rental discussion and enforcement will change significantly once we have the majority of the short-term rentals licensed appropriately. And we are working towards that. There's quite a significant number that have been licensed to date, and we're working on licensing the remaining ones currently. So I think that by the end of next year, we will be in a much better position to know whether or not the enforcement that we are doing for short-term rentals is now related to behavior and issues like noise and over occupancy and things like that, as compared to whether or not they're licensed. So I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, just one more. If I could ask Kirsten to speak to our bylaw department being more proactive.
Absolutely. The problem that we run into, bylaw does a significant number of patrols and things like that as they go through in the summertime. So they are out and about being a presence so that people are aware that bylaw is around, in trying to hope that they don't behave badly, but also to catch things that are happening that are inappropriate if they can see them. The issue, if we're talking more about short-term rentals, is that the issues that we're hearing about are happening on a Saturday night or a Friday night at 11 o'clock at night, which is not a time that we would ever have bylaw enforcement officers working. So we can discuss that more in the staffing report as well, if you like, but that bylaw also does have a list of properties and issues that we've seen over the previous years, and they do follow up with those properties on a regular basis to make sure that the offending behaviors are not getting out of hand and that we're trying to act on them sooner. I don't know, Andrew, if you wanted to speak to just process for something like, I know we hear quite a bit about clean yards and someone complaining that their neighbor's grass is always too long. And the problem that we have from a bylaw enforcement perspective is we can't start the enforcement process until the grass is too long. So we can't go at the beginning of May and say, your grass is always too long, we're going to come in and do it for you. We have to wait for the grass to grow. And then we have to give them time to rectify the situation. And then we can go in and fix it. So Andrew, would correct me, is that about a month normally? Because we have to give them an appropriate amount of time to fix the problem before we go in and do it on their behalf.
Yes, you're correct. The bylaw, the one you used, the Clean Yards bylaw, there's actually a 14-day notice that is issued, giving them 14 days, the offender to fix, or in this case, cut the grass. As part of the process, and we do follow up after that 14 days to ensure that something has been done, or the order in the letter that things are done and have been done to the satisfaction of the officer.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship. Did I just hear that if I don't cut my grass, you'll come and do it for me? Is that what I heard?
Through you, Your Worship. Yeah, what you heard, Councillor Withey, is that if you don't cut the grass, you get a notice. You still don't cut it, we will hire a contractor on your behalf and bill you.
Will you clean my eaves trough and everything? Anyway, sorry, that wasn't my question. In your report, in the last chart, there's a huge, the color bands, you've got animal control, noise, burning, and then a huge band in 2021 for other. And in 2020, there's no orange, if that's orange. What is other? Is that the short-term rental stuff and stuff like that?
Through Your Worship, yes, it could be anything that's not animal control, noise, or burning. I know a couple of years, I know a couple of years ago, I did do some highway obstruction charges. That was a ticket for that. It's just the oddball ones that we don't write that often.
Okay, that's hilarious. You said it's either anything that are not those other three. That was that was very good comedy there, Andrew. I appreciate it. But I I have to say, sorry, I just caught me that. I have to say, I believe in our growing municipality that we need more resources in this department. We absolutely, we've got to work it into our budget. We need more round the clock weekend coverage, and it's just as we grow, these issues are just going to keep going. But thanks, Andrew. You gave me my laugh of the day there.
Okay, thanks for the numbers, Andrew. Now follow up with your staffing report. And again, this is just for information. There is no resolution, so.
Thank you, Your Worship. So as you mentioned, yes, this is a follow-up report for bylaw enforcement staffing levels for the department. The policy that we use is also attached to the report. I thought it was kind of important to include that as to how the process works. We are also looking at going into administrative penalties, which I mentioned in my last report was it's a little bit of a different process. There's still a fine attached. There's still a timeline attached to pay it. It's just the way we're looking at it is it's a little more convenient for us. We don't need to be in front of a person who has contravened a bylaw and taking their information. Usually if there's an issue, it's the owner of the property. And what we can do is actually get that information and mail it to them. Education is always a part of our enforcement, and there is a section for the level of enforcement, and we've had a little bit of discussion here now as to, more enforcement, hours of enforcement. So I'm ready for the discussion if anyone's got questions.
Questions, council? So Andrew, I'm surprised that you haven't even recommended that we increase the 4-month position to a 6-month position to help out. You're basically recommending the status quo, and it's not often that the head of a department recommends that. So I'm just wondering if you don't actually think another 2 months would be a great benefit to bylaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I did have discussions with my director, Director Maxwell, and for next year, we just wanted to go with status quo for what we had this year. We want to try to see what's going to happen in and I hate to use it, but a non-COVID year, if you will. But if committee council wants to make that change from a 4-month position to a 6-month position, then there are budget items need to be increased, a dollar value, and money needs to be found for that.
Director Maxwell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to add to what Andrew had mentioned, that this past year we did have our position that was hired for the summer was not just parking enforcement, it was all types of enforcement. So we were able to have the 7-day-a-week coverage with all of our bylaws and not just as the parking ambassador in the downtown. And we felt that that worked really well and that we were much better able to handle the inquiries and the issues that were arising on the weekend days. So for this year, Andrew is absolutely correct in that we were hoping to try that again and see what the effect would be with more of the short-term rentals licensed and hopefully less COVID complaints for people behaving in a way that they thought was inappropriate for COVID. So that was where we were just making sure that we don't ask for something that is going to be in excess and then we're not going to have any revenues or fines or any noticeable impact on the complaints that we're receiving.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thanks very much, Your Worship. And I'm in agreement with your suggestion for this year, Director and Andrew. But I think eventually we've got to look at adding, and I don't think a part-time. I think we really have to look seriously at adding a full-time employee to bylaw, because as Councillor Withey pointed out, we are growing. And we've been static, I think, in our staff at bylaw for a number of years now, and our population certainly hasn't. And we've got all these newer considerations like short-term rentals and so on and so forth to be looked after as well. So I think it for this year, okay, or for this coming budget year, yeah, okay. But I think seriously, at some point, we really have to look at adding to the staff at bylaw.
Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Worship. I want to applaud Director Maxwell and the bylaw department for this pragmatic approach. I better understand what you've had to deal with just in what I've been hearing over the last few weeks leading up to this meeting. So I think that's really great. I think I concur with Councillor Thompson. I think absolutely, let's try and move forward this year and to keep a close eye on it. But there's no doubt there will be, I think, some room to grow there and to get a little bit more round the clock enforcement. So I'm in support of what we've got now, but yes, looking forward to the results of this upcoming year. And once things are a little bit more on track, a little more normal, can we say that? So yeah, thank you, Christian.
Okay, Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think it's important to note that, first of all, we really do appreciate the support by committee. We understand that bylaw infractions need to be dealt with, and with our current staff, we do feel that we're addressing them as quickly as we can. And what's been proposed by staff, I think, is a combination of recognizing that we need to apply extra hours, which we're doing through the summer. But the other thing that's important for committee to keep in mind is that we do have the Police Services Board that is being worked on diligently through the District of Muskoka, so town and district councillors will be aware of that. And through those discussions, it's been made quite evident that through the Police Services Board, there will be additional powers that are granted to the OPP to actually enforce municipal bylaws, if that's in fact what the municipalities want to see. There's some parameters around that. There's some discussion about it has to be unified across the region, and there's some other parameters that they're still working on. So as council and committee is always challenging us, don't always throw staff resources at an issue, try to look at all of the options. So I think if we have one more year, what's been proposed by Mr. Stiller and Director Maxwell, that will put us in a better position to know if we actually do need to retain additional resources, or if there's some kind of collaboration through the OPP that might serve our community on a broader basis. So I think it's important to keep that in mind.
Okay, I have a resolution moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Withey. It's recommended that committee approve the creation of a reserve for community improvement program, financial incentive grants, and further that any unspent CIP grant funding from 2021 be transferred into the said reserve. Julia or Kirsten, who's doing this one?
It could be either of us. It's a quite straightforward report. We are just looking to keep those funds, and then we'll use them in future years as CIP initiatives come forward and people are looking for grant money. So we just didn't want it to roll over into the working capital reserve at this point.
Questions? All in favor? That carries. Council, we tabled or whatever we did with that resolution for the Festival of the Arts, so I need a mover and seconder to bring that back. Apparently we have an answer to my question. Moved by Councillor Wiebe, seconded by Deputy Mayor Alcock, that we, I don't know, Crystal, do you actually have something to bring up on the screen, or do I say that we bring it back? Well, report 2117 Huntsville Festival of the Arts Renewal Agreement be taken from the table. All in favor? Okay, and now I have to reread the resolution, and it was moved by Councillor Schumacher, who's no longer here, so I need a new mover for this. Councillor Stone, thank you. So moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Wiebe, is recommended that the Algonquin Theatre enter into an agreement renewal with the Huntsville Festival of the Arts from November 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2024, as outlined in report CS 2021-17, and further that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the necessary documentation. And I understand, who has an answer to the question? Trish.
Thanks very much. Through you, Chair Terziano. So you were looking for a few percentages, I think, to just have a better understanding of where the Huntsville Festival of the Arts lands in terms of our fees bylaw. So thanks very much for that question. I have some of that information for you. With respect to the overall fee for the theater rental, our regular fee, general community non-for-profit fee, it's $813. The recommendation for 2022 for the Huntsville Festival of the Arts is $750. So that would be an 8% subsidy from the regular rate. Education, the fee for the theater for education or schools, the difference there is $398 is what the schools would pay, and the festival would pay $750 if that was passed. So that would be actually 47% above that rate. And then there's, of course, the commercial rate. So the Huntsville Festival of the Arts, again, at $750. Commercial, they pay $1,624. So as you can see, there's a significant difference there. But really the comparator that I think that we need to focus on is what, the regular general public would pay, which would be that $813, which is a difference of 8%. I'll move on to a couple of the other rates, Your Worship, if you would like me to just give you a couple of other comparators. There's a number of rates in that staff report.
Yeah, I really just wondered what our community subsidy rate was and how much of an additional subsidy this agreement was to that rate. So it looks like the base rate is an additional 8% subsidy. And then there would be some costs within the agreement that are further subsidized as well. Okay.
That is right.
So our community rate is subsidized at approximately 50%, and this would be somewhere 8% plus further subsidy. Is that fair to say?
It would be, through you, Chair Terziano, it would be 8%, and then you're correct. There are like the commissions. We've got our CIF fund, so the box office set up, so you're correct.
And all of those rates are further subsidized.
Correct.
Okay, thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Council, any further questions on this one? All in favor? That carries.
Thank you.
We're moving on to new business. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Stone that needs a seconder about the dog park at McCully. Councillor Armour, thank you. Moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Armour. It's recommended that staff be directed to increase signage in McCully Robertson Park regarding the public to leash dogs at all times outside of the Freedom Dog Park and increase bylaw enforcement in all parks, beaches, and trails. And further, that park staff be directed to investigate expanding and enhancing the current Freedom Dog Park. Well, Councillor Stone, do you want to speak to this?
I do. I was contacted by a constituent who spends a lot of time in McCully Robertson Park, almost daily. And he was very concerned about the very many dogs running free down there. And I personally am a little afraid of dogs, so I sympathize very much. So after I started that dialogue, there was some comments on Facebook, and then many more dialogue about the Freedom Dog Park that's existing right now. There was talk about expanding that, having a second one for smaller dogs. So I sympathize. I think one may benefit the other. So if the Freedom Dog Park is better, people won't feel obliged to let their dogs run free, and everyone can feel safe down there. So I don't think there's a downside here.
Questions? All in favor of the motion? And that carries.
Thank you.
I have a resolution moved by Councillor Weeb, and I need a seconder because Councillor Schumacher is no longer with us. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Fitzgerald. And this needs 2/3 vote. I'm not sure why, but it is recommended the committee acknowledges the resignation of Mary Ruth Newell from the Arts Placement Working Group and approves the amendment to recommendation Community 18-19 establishing an Arts Placement Working Group. Can anybody explain what this is about? And I'm looking to staff, not council. Director Babineau. You're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you. And through you, Mayor Terziano, I think Crystal was going to jump in there, but I think we've had a committee member remove themselves from the committee, and we are looking to replace them, but don't have a name for the committee as of yet.
Okay. Questions? All in favor? And that carries. And one more general information item or new business item. Deputy Mayor Alcock has a question.
I do. Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I did have a quick question about that last item, but
I'm sorry, I missed it.
That's okay. I just wondered. I do have another question though under new business, so I don't know if it's okay to ask both. Is it okay to ask both?
Sure, go and ask the other one. We've called the motion. You can still ask a question about it.
So yeah, the other one on the Arts Placement Working Group, I'm wondering, is there a plan at some point? Could staff bring a report to committee on what's happening with the Arts Placement Working Group and how much money we have in that fund? Because I do think that we've heard a couple of areas where we might consider placing some art. And so I'd love an update. I may have missed one recently, I don't know, but I'd love to have an update on that committee.
Okay.
So that was the first. So I'll just throw that out there and maybe someone will note it. The question I did have, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity, is this is for Director Hernan. I was looking at the other day at the rocks in Kent Park, and I was sort of curious if they've been placed in the pattern in which they will stay, because I noticed they seem to be in a circular outside, sort of running around the border of the park, and that's not what I recall the final design was. Out of council. So maybe it's just that they're being put there and then they'll be moved around. So the other was that most of them seem to be flat topped, and I was wondering if we will be getting the boulders that we had thought we might be getting in Kent Park. Steve?
Through you, Mayor Terziano, the rocks are being placed as per the design. So I don't know what you were expecting on that circle design. I know we've talked about the jagged edge type thing with the stones inside, but they're being placed in a circle type design as was the final design of the council, and I'll verify that with the plans. Different style rocks, we can certainly look at some different style ones put in there. I know you were involved in the picking of the rocks for Main Street. You know, these are designed so people can sit on them quite easily. So I don't know what you were looking for.
Well, okay. Maybe if we look at some point, if we could just revisit, because my recollection of what we sort of ultimately decided in Kent Park was it wouldn't be as symmetrical, like it wouldn't be a one big circle around the perimeter of the park of flat rock, that we had talked about sort of a free-spirited park where there'd be some larger boulders with some native plantings around those boulders so people could actually even sit on those, or as people often do when they're climbing rocks, you know. I do recall, yes, we did have some areas where we had the flat surfaced rocks, but I thought it wasn't as, I don't know, I just don't recall it being, you know, you walk in the park and being one big circle of flat rocks. Am I wrong? I'll reach out to other members of council. I don't know what, if you had recollection on that, or
You know,
if you,
I wish we could pull up the final design that we approved, because I know we talked about this so often. I'm not truly sure what we approved at the end of the day, but I didn't remember that great big circle either. I was surprised to see it the other day myself. So I don't know. I don't suppose the clerk's department could access that very quickly, could they? The final design for Kent Park that we approved?
Madam Chair, I bet you Director Hernan is looking for it right now.
No doubt.
that's great. I mean, if I'm crazy, I'm happy, you know, clearly I am sometimes, so. But
I'd probably be happy if if you and I were both crazy right now.
crazy, but
I don't remember that particular.
I just
circle either.
recall that at the end, we did agree that there would be some, just like the Main Street, we would have some larger boulders. Like I'm sure we agreed to that.
I definitely know you were fixated on the boulders.
I was
really
fixated. I remember I did research on what boulders are versus the other. I was fixated, that's true. And so much to my chagrin, I didn't see any. And I thought, I know we all concurred at the end with the final design. I know we were all in agreement. So anyway.
I will get that drawing and bring it back to your next meeting. And I've got so many of them here in construction that I just can't read them quickly. And I'm trying to load it. If you want to bear with me, it's going to take a few minutes on this computer.
I was just going to ask, seeing as we've been here for quite some time and I've given Councillor Thompson an opportunity to go off script, and Deputy Mayor Alcock, I'll ask if there's anybody else that had anything they wanted to share with us today while we're waiting.
To comment, Your Worship, to Deputy Mayor Alcock, that maybe this would be an opportunity for Huntsville to have its own Stonehenge. I mean, maybe that would be a consideration.
Nothing else?
I don't think I'm being taken seriously, Your Worship.
I'm not even commenting. So. But I do have a resolution.
I'd like to know where the parking went.
I'm going to read the resolution to adjourn if there's nothing else of importance, unless Steve flags me immediately and says it's coming. Steve, if you find the final, if you find the final drawing and find out we're off course down there, maybe rectify it before it's too late.
We certainly will. And I will circulate the final drawing to council as well. I just can't get it pulled up here.
That would be appreciated. Thanks.
Councillor Withey, last word to you.
Maybe we could all just go down there and push the rocks out of the circle.
I have a resolution moved by Deputy Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that we do now adjourn at 1:50 p.m. All in favor? That carries. Thank you, council. It was a full day. Everyone did very well. Appreciate it. Thanks, staff.
See you on Monday.
Have a good rest of your day. We weren't expecting it.
Good job today.
Hockey game.
Good job today, Miss Mayor. You ran a tight